Representing San Francisco are captains Antonio Goss, Tim McDonald, and Jerry Rice. The referee for today's game is Jerry Markbright. Joining them are 4 members of the NFL's 75th anniversary all-time team. Pro Football Hall of Famers Otto Graham, Ray Nitschke, Joe Green, and Gale Sayers.
San Diego is the visiting team and will call the toss. Captain Brock, this is the coin to be used. This is the head. This is the tail. Please call it in the air when it's flipped. Otto, will you do the honors, please? Tail. Tails is the call. It's heads. 49ers win the toss. You want the ball, your choice of goals. Swing around, gentlemen. You've won the toss. You'll go receive. Good luck, gentlemen. Good luck. Thank you.
And the first question now that comes into play is with the 49ers receiving. Is it a smokescreen, or will Deion Sanders go back to receive the kick along with Dexter Carter? Apparently he will not. There he is. And of course George Seifert throughout the week has talked about the possibility of Deion not only doing that but also getting in offensively as well.
And he has worked. He returned kickoffs yesterday and special teams work. We were out at the practice session. We watched him work out of a slot formation with out and up, and he just blew by cornerback Eric Davis. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see him on offense.
And meanwhile, visibility inside Joe Robbie Stadium has been greatly reduced. The pyrotechnics that we saw during the national anthem, that's actually better than it looked like. There's a great shot from above. It is lingering inside the stadium. It is not cleared yet, and it's hazy.
It's like a scene from a cabaret. As John Carney, who has found a home in San Diego, he's one of those kickers like so many others who just bounced around. He'll kick off to the 49ers, who have been a fast-starting team throughout the season. In fact, the 49ers have had a propensity to pass a lot more than run in the first quarter of games this season.
And you know what, guys? I think this is a good break for San Diego, because if they're to make a statement in this game, I think their defensive unit is the one better suited to make it. They are a stronger, more physical unit than their offensive team. They didn't score a touchdown in either one of their first 2 playoff games in the first half. So if I was going to start the game for Bobby Ross and the Chargers, I'd just as soon have my defensive team do it. Now that all sounds great as long as San Francisco doesn't have a 12-play drive and march for a touchdown, but this is a unit that I'd want out there to make my first hit of the ballgame.
Dexter Carter, who averaged 23 yards per return this season, a little better than the league average. Joe Robbie Stadium at 76 degrees, 82% humidity, and Super Bowl 29 is underway with a short kick that is taken up at the 17-yard line by Carter, and Dexter gets taken down at the 26-yard line. The tackle is made by Andre Coleman, and the game begins with a penalty marker. Jerry Markbright, the referee, is refereeing his 4th Super Bowl. He's the first man in history to ref 4 Super Bowls. And one of the men he'll confer with is Ron Botchin, the umpire, who is an original. There he is with a U on his back, an original Charger. He played with the LA Chargers when they were born in 1960.
Personal foul, face mask, number 54, kicking team, 15 yards, first down.
So after good coverage on the kick, Doug Miller cost him 15 yards.
Boy, and there's a great look at it right in the middle of our camera as he goes to the ground. He's just dragging down number 85 for the San Francisco 49ers, Ted Popson. And boy, that was an excellent job of catching that one. And you hate to see fairly good work by your special teams thrown out the window.
Here are the Niners now at the 41-yard line. They had Waters split to the right as a wide receiver and give it to the fullback, William Floyd, for a pickup of 4 to the 45. The 49ers now offensively with Young at quarterback. Waters really came on toward the end of the season. Floyd, a fabulous rookie year from Florida State. Taylor and the fabulous Jerry Rice. Brent Jones, the tight end. And then the men up front, Wallace, Sapolo going to the Pro Bowl, Oates, the former Giant, Deese, and Harris Barton, who tore his triceps on opening night and missed half the season. Healthy now. 2nd and 6 from the 45. And with Floyd in motion and no backs behind Young, he goes to the air and hits Taylor. And John Taylor has the ball into San Diego territory, and that's a first down. Sayal and Gibson, the two linebackers, make the stop. Now, San Diego defensively, the base 4-3. Mims, Lee, Davis, a great acquisition, and Leslie O'Neal has been there since '86. Griggs, Gibson, and you all know about Sayal and the secondary, and they'll be tested tonight. Gordon, Harper, the corners, Harrington and Richard to the safeties. From the 44, they fake it to Floyd. Young to the air. Young to Jerry Rice. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Well, that's quite a statement their defense made.
The lightning bolts were just hit by one.
Jerry Rice, his 5th Super Bowl touchdown, splitting defensive safety men. And it was almost like they were paralyzed there. Almost like they were looking for an autograph as he went by.
Well, the first pass to John Taylor was just a 3-step drop, a quick release. This time Young goes back a little farther, and you can see Richard in the trailing position in the middle, and 29 Carrington, both safeties for the San Diego Chargers. It's their responsibility to handle the middle of the football field, and Frank, I have dumbfounded as to what they're doing.
Good move to the outside on Carrington. He obviously expected help from the inside. From Richard, he didn't get it. 6 points, and this is the worst thing that could have happened to the Chargers.
Doug Bryan, the rookie, for the point after. The game is 1 minute 24 seconds old. Jerry Rice has become the first man in history to score 5 touchdowns in Super Bowls. 7-0 San Francisco.
This is it. Late in the 4th quarter of Football 7. Down by 4. Budweiser needs help now.
Double bang! Come on!
Iggy? Where's Iggy?
Looks like Budweiser's got a new man on the field.
Iggy?
And he's got a crazy look in his eye. Bud Light drops back to pass. Back. It's picked up by Iggy. Where did he come from? He's running like a man possessed. Look at him go. He's in his zone. He could go all the way. Touchdown! Budweiser wins 26-24. Yeah! Write down this score on the game card you get where you buy Bud and Bud Light to win $1 million or loads of other prizes.
You've just won Bud Bowl 7. What are you going to do now?
I'm going to SeaWorld.
I don't know, man. Iggy's been acting really weird the last month or so.
We looked. We listened. We challenged all conventional thinking. We reconsidered every facet of car design, every nuance of engineering. And at every turn, we not only asked why, we asked, why not? New Dodge Stratus. We questioned everything.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 29. Brought to you by Budweiser. Thanks for playing Bud Bowl 7. Don't forget, send in your game card for a chance to win $1 million. The Pepsi-Cola Company, who reminds you that nothing else is a Pepsi. Rolled Gold Pretzels, the great taste that's fat-free. And Dodge. The more things change, the more things look like the new Dodge.
Fastest touchdown in Super Bowl history. 124. 7-0 49ers. Doug Bryan sends it skyward. The rookie Andre Coleman out of Kansas State, a 3rd-round draft choice, who's done a nice job all season, gets tackled by Adam Walker. Great coverage by the 49ers. And Stan Humphries will take over at that spot. Stan Humphries, selected by Washington in '88, traded a couple of years ago to San Diego. Streaky. Natron Means, the bull with a lot of speed, plows over people. Jefferson and Say are the wideouts, and they play a 2 tight end set with Young and Papuno. Then the guys up front, Swain, a rookie Isaac Davis, Courtney Hall, one of the best, Kakuzo, and Stan Brock in his 15th season. The longtime New Orleans Saint finally makes it to a Super Bowl. First down, the Niners put 5 men up on the line, and they give it to Natron Means, who squirms for 3 to the 18-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Now, San Francisco defensively, and they're really strong up front in the middle. They've got Brown and Ricky Jackson on the outside, but Brian Young, the fabulous rookie from Notre Dame, and Dana Stubblefield, the tackles. Woodall is a rookie, Plummer, the ex-Charger, and Ken Norton Jr. seeking his 3rd straight Super Bowl ring. Davis is the only one of those 4 not going to the Pro Bowl. That's how good that secondary is. Sanders, McDonald, and Hanks with him. 2nd and call it 6 up at the 19-yard line. Humphreys over the middle. His first pass is complete and caught by Mark Say up at the 24-yard line. A little short of the first down, 3rd and 1.
And how important is it now for San Diego to keep themselves together, not do anything desperate, stay with a game plan, not get away from it this early in the football game. And I don't think they will. But I do expect them to do a little bit more of the gambling type of offense than we would have expected.
One thing I've seen here is that Deion Sanders is locking up with Sean Jefferson, the receiver for the Chargers. He's taking him to either side of the field. We'll have to see if that continues.
3rd and 1, and they're going to open it up. The play fake, the roll, and then the pass is errant, intended for Jefferson. So on the type of play, if you're going to button it up, you're going to give it to Means and let him do it. Instead, the Chargers go for the first down through the air, but come up empty.
You know, and Dan pointed out that he was locking up with Sean Jefferson in the game 6 weeks ago. He did not do that, and this was deliberate to go right at cornerback Deion Sanders. They knew he was going to be locked up. They tried to get to Jefferson. He was open, and it was a poorly thrown ball.
If it's a good throw, that's a completion against Sanders.
Yes.
Sanders, normally the corner on the other side of the field, at least for the first series, goes one-on-one with Jefferson.
Brian Wagner, who started the season in retirement and then picked up in the 3rd week, gets a nice bounce as they let it roll down to the 21-yard line. Dexter Carter let it go by. It goes all the way to the 21-yard line. The kick is 55 yards. 7-0 San Francisco.
There's a place where lovers go to cry their troubles away, and they call it Lonesome Town, where the broken hearts stay. You can buy a dream or two.
Yes!
All through the years.
Yes!
And the only price you pay is a heart full of tears. Susie? Yeah. I love you. Me too.
No, I mean, I really see lights.
I'm glad you're all watching the Super Bowl tonight because it makes for a great little tune-up for the really big game next week, the AFC-NFC Pro Bowl, here on ABC Sports.
That's the Bud One airship, the aerial ambassador of the King of Beers, cruising high above Joe Robbie Stadium on this Sunday evening. And a reminder that coming up after our coverage, the hottest new show of the winter, Extreme, and that previews right after we're finished in Miami. So stick around for Extreme tonight on ABC. Stan Humphries 3 and out after the 49ers ran 3 plays and got 7. And now San Francisco, 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line. And Steve Young keeps it on the ground, gives it to Ricky Waters, who picks up a yard. He's tackled there by Sean Lee, who had arthroscopic surgery a couple of weeks ago, but is healthy again and starting in the middle, 2nd and 9.
Well, Bill Arnsparger, the defensive coordinator of the San Diego Chargers, 68 years old, has a wealth of experience at his behest, and I'm sure he needed all of it to try to calm down his defensive team, which gives up a bonehead touchdown to the 49ers on their first possession. They need to come up big on this series.
2nd and 9. They give a different look with Jones set wide and in motion, and coming back the other way to Floyd. And Floyd is out to the 28-yard line, a little short of the first down. Darian Gordon makes the tackle. It'll be 3rd down and 3.
Let's take a look at the Jerry Rice touchdown. Jerry Rice caught 12 passes in the game 6 weeks ago. Here's a replay of that play, and you saw the quick read by Steve Young as he looked down. Look at that, splitting the safeties. Again, he caught 12 passes for 144 yards 6 weeks ago.
The middle of the field is only supposed to be vulnerable if you've done something with some of your safeties. Blitz them or something like that, not with both of them deep.
3rd down and 3. And Young scramble, and that's what Steve Young does, and what sets him apart as he runs for the first down. So you cover everybody, and then there's Young. 1st down, San Francisco, behind a Nate Singleton block.
He is so effective. He goes back. He made about 3 reads then, looking first to his tight end Brent Jones, who set up over the middle. He was covered. He looked to John Taylor. He was covered. He had the poise and the composure. There's a quick read. Brent Jones is covered. He pulls it down, and away he goes. And he is one of the better running backs on the football field, the 3rd leading rusher this season for the 49ers with nearly 300 yards.
It's almost not fair.
No, it isn't.
He averages 5.1 yards per rush. The league average is 3.7. 1st down at the 49-yard line. Young this time gives it, or fakes it to Floyd, then throws to Waters, who breaks a couple of tackles, and there goes Ricky for a touchdown.
Boy, I'll tell you, it was tough enough with John Taylor, Jerry Rice, and Brent Jones. But Ricky Waters has worked himself into the passing offense of the 49ers big time. The leading yardage gainer for backs and receiving this past season, and Bill Arnsparger just wondering what is happening out there. Ricky Waters wide open, no protection, no pass rush on Steve Young. He took a good blow there.
You can't miss tackles against the 49ers. You just can't do it. Stanley Richard got a shot on Ricky Waters. You just can't miss tackles downfield. You can't blow coverages. Not against a football team this good. And I'm in favor of rewinding back to the national anthem and starting over.
Doug Bryan for the point after. Well, we saw the fastest touchdown in the history of the Super Bowl. And now the 2 quickest touchdowns. This one, 51 yards. We played 4 minutes and 55 seconds, and it's 14-0.
And the Chargers are doing their best to remain nameless and faceless.
Thanks, Sterling.
Here's cold. Woo!
What can I get you?
Blueberry pie and Pepsi.
Got it.
Good song.
Great song.
Working late on the holidays.
Yeah, it's hard on the kids.
We looked. We listened. We challenged all conventional thinking. We reconsidered every facet of car design, every nuance of engineering. And at every turn, we not only asked why, we asked, why not? New Dodge Stratus. We questioned everything.
It's the hottest music ticket of the year with live performances by Madonna, Boyz II Men, Celine Dion, and more. The 22nd Annual American Music Awards, live tomorrow here on ABC.
Bill Arnsparger has watched his defense shredded now. 7 plays have been run by the 49ers, and they have 14 points. And in the history of the Super Bowl, the biggest margin ever overcome was 10. Here's the kickoff by Bryan. Andre Coleman takes it at the goal line. And the Kansas State rookie brings it back out to the 22, where he's tackled by Toy Cook as the Chargers come out to take the ball for the second time.
Incredibly, as it was on the first touchdown to Jerry Rice, it's the 2 safeties of the Chargers that are involved. The first one is a hit by Stanley Richard. The first one by Carrington, rather. That's Darren Carrington that bounces off. And then Stanley Richard right here comes in, and he gets faked by Ricky Waters, and he has a clean whiff in the open field.
Ordinarily, your safeties have to be good tacklers in this league. It's just almost like they're mesmerized by the 49ers.
Here's Humphries. He floats one that may have been tipped and is caught by Dwayne Young. They play a double tight end set for a short game. Stanley Richard is known as the sheriff. He better call for the deputies here, the way the first 2 touchdown plays have gone against that secondary.
And I agree with you. I thought it was tipped as well, Al. It was altered at the line of scrimmage. I think Dennis Brown, number 96. Yep, there he gets the left fingers on it, and nice piece of concentration there by Dwayne Young.
2nd and 7. They have Ronnie Harmon in the game. Number 33 was in motion, and they go right to Ronnie Harmon, and he seeks the first down and comes close to it. He is their 3rd down specialist. He tied for the team lead in receptions with 58, and they'll probably use him more tonight on 1st and 2nd down as well.
Pittsburgh in the playoff game took him, for all intent and purposes, out of the game. Only 1 reception, but we're going to see a lot of Ronnie Harmon from this point on in this game, because he is a fine pass receiver. You can use him out of the backfield. You can use him in a slot. You can use him as a wide receiver, and he does everything in the passing game well.
You can see just a little bit short, and the 49ers were obviously playing with the San Diego Chargers on the first series, because now Deion Sanders is back at his familiar right cornerback position. As a matter of fact, Deion now looks like he's taking a stroll towards the sidelines.
Each team in its 3rd
He comes out on short yardage, but he's sitting at his right corner position. That last time he was locked up on Mark Say, staying at home.
Hanks goes to corner. Hall comes in at safety. 3rd down and inches, and Humphries keeps it himself and has the first down at the 33-yard line. The Chargers' initial first down.
They're a little dangerous to him 3rd down. They haven't been one of the most successful teams on 3rd down, and yet when we talked to Bobby Ross, and he was talking about this game, and there's Ralph Friedgen, the offensive coordinator, been with Bobby Ross for so many years. But Bobby Ross said, look, we're going to have to do things a little different offensively, and Ralph himself agreed that they may get into a situation where they get around midfield, they get a 4th, 1 or 2. It's going to be a 4-down series for them. First down, Deion back in and goes man-to-man with Tony Martin as Natron Means carries to the 37. Means out of North Carolina, just 22 years old, 2nd-round pick last year, came out early, and Bobby Beathard said that acquisition and Reuben Davis defensively were the 2 best moves he's made in the last 2 years. He's made some moves in the last 2 years. Picked up 4 unprotected free agents, and all of them are starters on defense. That's how much this team has changed defensively in 1 year.
2nd and 7 at the 37-yard line. And it's Means again up to the 40-yard line. Tackled there by Bryant Young, the great-looking rookie from Notre Dame.
Bryant Young has played as well as any defensive lineman rookie that I have seen in a long, long time. He has started from day 1. He has played every game. He has started every game. And the 49ers have hit consecutive home runs in the middle of their defensive line. First drafting Dana Stubblefield last year, and then this year with the number 1 drafting Bryant Young.
3rd and 4. Say in motion. Humphries guns one into the 49er territory. And it is a first down. Ronnie Harmon, who played no part in the AFC Championship game, already a big part on this drive for San Diego here.
Well, the Steelers effectively took him out with their defense, and when you take Ronnie Harmon out of your offense, he is their big third down receiver. 24, I think he caught over the season with a good quick move. He can plant a foot, accelerate it out of his cut. And it was a good read on the part of quarterback Stan Humphries and a good pass.
Yeah, it was a good sharp throw by Humphries. That's good to see.
6.5 minutes to go in the quarter. The fake to Means. Humphries, nobody open.
Well, his receiver falls flat on his face. Tony Martin went down to the ground, nobody to go to.
It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Stan wants to work the right side of the field the whole way. Martin goes down, tries to make his cut, plants his foot and goes right to the turf. This time he's working against cornerback, you got it, Deion Sanders, and Deion doesn't have to do anything. Stan has to throw the ball away.
Now Sanders comes back to the other side and locks up with Sean Jefferson. It's 2nd and 10 at the 43-yard line. The short drop this time, and the quick out, and it's caught by Mark Say. His forward progress takes him to the 40. They'll be 3rd and 7. And let's get a word from Lynn Swan. Swanee?
Al, with San Diego behind by 14 points, we know they're going to put the ball in the air even more. And Bobby Ross told me before the game that he talked to Jerry Markbrecht to remind him that there's a 5-yard chucking zone. They don't want Deion Sanders to be able to put his hands all over the receivers like he did against Michael Irving in the Dallas game. So the officials will be on top of it all night long. Al?
All right, thank you, Lynn. 3rd down and 7. Just inside the 40. 5:50 to go. First quarter, 14-0. 49ers. This is the 9th play of the drive, and coming across the line was Dana Stubblefield. Was he induced? That's the question.
And we shall momentarily find out the answer.
Jerry Markbright.
Offside, number 94, defense, unabated toward the quarterback. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
That helps a lot. That helps Ralph Friedgen upstairs. When you take a 3rd and long situation and now bring it down to something a little more manageable.
This is where I said a moment ago, they've had difficulty with the 3rd and short yardage over the season.
And this is 4-down territory for the Chargers right now. You're down 14-0 against the best team we've seen in a while. This is something you take a whack at it, you don't get it, you take another whack at it.
Yeah, I think it would have been nothing to nothing. This would still be 4-down territory.
3rd and a short 2. And Ronnie Harmon has a hold to the right side. Inside the 30, down to the 25-yard line. Nice block by rookie Isaac Davis, their top draft pick out of Arkansas, to string them. First down.
Ronnie Harmon, who ordinarily works out of the backfield as a receiver, this time used on a little draw play to the offside, and very effective.
Isaac Davis gets moving. He's the second guy from the bottom, number 73, 320 pounds, and he picks up Ken Norton Jr. coming through the middle. Big block by Papunu. Swain gets all the way across the formation. That's the best looking running play by the Chargers yet.
On 1st and 10, they give it to Natron Means. And like a pinball, he works his way down to the 21-yard line. A pickup of 4 with 4:40 to go in the first quarter.
It's more like a pin bull than a pinball.
One thing with the 49ers going up by 14 this early in the game, you really don't have to leave your game plan. You have a lot of time to get back into the football game, and this is a very effective drive that could get the Chargers back into the game. Here's Means. He sort of looks like he's a little top heavy when you get up close to him and you watch him work out, but he has amazing balance for a big man, almost 250.
He's got some legs, doesn't he?
Ooh. On 2nd and 6, Means again. Natron inside the 15, takes it to the 10-yard line. Deion Sanders met Natron Means.
Deion's so proud of himself for getting in on a tackle. He's up high-fiving people. He was there and he survived it.
Deion's very open to the press this week down here in Miami. He says, I hate tackling. He said, that's for linebackers. It is the 90s, I guess.
Another good-looking play. It's really the same thing with Papunu, Swain, Davis all being involved, and Deion knifing in there.
Oh, nice tackle.
1st and goal. The nose of the ball was right on the stripe. And it's Means taking it to the 9-yard line. He's stopped by Gary Plummer, the longtime former Charger, who opted to go to San Francisco to try to get to a Super Bowl, and he did. Of course, not having any idea he'd be facing his old mates.
A little bit ironic, except I think that Gary Plummer thought all along that he had a much better chance of getting there with the 49ers. The Chargers, they didn't look like at the second half of the season that they were going to do much of anything in the postseason. A 500 ball club down the stretch.
Second and goal. Humphreys guns it.
Oh, yeah. They got Sanders that time.
Sanders got flagged covering Sean Jefferson.
Oh, he almost garroted him. And right in front of the official.
That's as flagrant a defensive hold as you will, as you'll see.
Well, you know, if he hadn't held him, it might have been 6 points. And
credit to Chargers. They said they were going after Dion. They weren't gonna run and hide, and they have taken it to him.
Just take a look at Jefferson. He runs it straight down the field, brings it across, and walks Dion. He's beat here. He has to grab him, or it's going to be 6 points, and he mauled him.
No, that's not Michael Irvin, and this isn't the NFC Championship. This is the Super Bowl, and it's first and goal at the 1.
And Stan Humphreys has to call a timeout with 2:48 remaining in the opening quarter. It'll be the 13th play of the drive coming up. The Chargers first and goal down by 14.
Sparky? Sparky? Sparky, come back! Sparky, stay! Sparky!
There's only one way off this boat for you now, mister.
Good thing these rolled gold pretzels are fat-free.
Arms away, pretzel boy.
Brave man.
Yeah, must be the pretzels.
For great taste that's fat-free, it must be rolled gold.
And welcome back to Miami, where the Chargers...
Well, Al, hold it. Well, look at this.
Can you believe this?
I've seen it all now.
And the guy's got a dog with him. This is absolutely incredible.
Go Niners!
Having a little trouble finding the right pair of jeans? You'll like the way you look in Lee.
Oh, we'll take it.
The brand that fits.
What do the big game, the big bang, the big voice, and the big adventure have in common? Find out on the Doritos Super Bowl halftime show here on ABC.
Don't miss an unprecedented stunt and entertainment spectacular featuring Disney's Indiana Jones Adventure on the Doritos Super Bowl halftime show. Joe Robbie Stadium, Miami. The 49ers jumping out to a quick 14-0 lead, but the Chargers doing anything but rolling over and dying. Have moved down the field, first and goal at the 1. Means the tailback. They give it to Natron Means, and he's in for the touchdown behind Steve Hendrickson.
Well, you talk about athletic ability. You saw it there. We were talking about Means, how powerful he is. He also is, he's so agile. For the man his size, this time he just hurdled over the top into the end zone.
A championship quality drive by the San Diego Chargers.
Doing what they want to do, Dan, taking time off the clock,
beautiful
getting right
mix,
back into it.
Beautiful mix of plays, the run, the passes, left, right. Nice play calling by Ralph Friedgen. Good execution by his offensive team.
John Carney, who led the league in scoring, tacks on the extra point. 13 plays, 78 yards, engineered by Ralph Friedgen, the offensive coordinator. And all of a sudden, 2:44 to go in the quarter, San Diego halves the lead.
I'll bet bet you worked with a lot of big stars.
Big stars?
Directing for HBO.
Oh, Peter. Hey. You directed a movie for HBO? Yes. Yes, I did. Oh, right. Right.
Look, there's James Garner. Didn't you work with him on Barbarians at the game?
That was yours? I could not think.
Can you introduce me?
You know, Jimmy is a private person.
Robert Duvall. Didn't you work with him for HBO?
Oh, yeah. We didn't hit it off.
Daryl Hannah.
No good. We were this close to being engaged.
Holly Hunter.
We dated briefly.
Dennis Hopper.
Hopper? Ooh. He's a lunatic. A lot of trouble on the set. I mean, the guy's nuts.
Excuse me. Do I know you?
Huh? I'm me. You're you.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Big stars. Talked about movies. HBO makes them, and you don't want to miss them.
I'll never lie again.
Excuse me.
Oh, no.
I heard you make movies for HBO.
Yes. Yes, I do.
You want to talk about deals? You just sit yourself down. Now, real deal, it calls to you. Did you hear that? See, Burger King's got this burger. It's a thing of beauty. The Whopper. Hello, Betty. A big hunk of flame-broiled beef, fully loaded with all the trimmings. They add a drink, throw in some fries. That's not just a deal, son. That's a meal. Surely old Burger King never gets into the car business. Guess I'm working too close to the bone.
Burger King, get your burger's worth.
Being a U.S. Marshal is not what you call a 9-to-5 job.
The Marshal special preview Tuesday on ABC.
Well, Stan Humphries leading the San Diego Chargers on a drive they desperately needed at that point, with the 49ers scoring quickly, 14-0, a nightmarish beginning, but now they're right back in it.
Yeah, but now unfortunately they have to give San Francisco the ball.
And that's been a problem.
That's been a problem. The two times they've had it, it's been a problem for San Diego.
Carney kicks off. Dexter Carter fields the ball at the 12-yard line and brings it back out to the 31. It's a 19-yard run back. Eric Castle makes the tackle. And a little pushy-shovey.
Well, if this pushy-shovey keeps going, there's going to be a flag. It's reached the limits of how far it can go without a flag.
And the 49ers don't want to hurt Stanley Richard.
Eric Bieniemy.
Keep him in the game.
I think Eric Bieniemy is still a little bit upset over what happened to him in warm-ups.
Meanwhile, Natron Means, the youngest player now to run for a touchdown in Super Bowl history. He's not quite 23 years old.
And you would never guess whose record he beat.
9 years ago. We'll take a look.
Running backs.
You think about it.
We'll take a look at it in a minute.
And if you know it, you are a serious football junkie.
It is first down, and Jerry Rice goes in motion to the 30-yard line. Fake to Waters, over the middle. The catch is made by Jerry Rice, and out to the 49-yard line he goes. He's tackled there by Junior Seau. It's a 19-yard gain. The answer, until now, the youngest man to rush for a touchdown in a Super Bowl 9 years ago. Chicago against New England. You bet.
We told you.
Fridge in the backfield. Walter Payton didn't score that day. They got 46 points, but the Fridge did.
That was in his youth. What agility, what size, what quickness.
First down at the 49-yard line. They're going to run reverse as Waters hands it to Jerry Rice. Rice into San Diego territory. Bumped out at the 41-yard line. Tackle made by Gordon. Took a tough hit at the end.
He's taken a lot of tough hits over the years. Jerry Rice, one of the remarkable things about him, not the records that he has set, he has never missed a game because of an injury. He's taken many hits like that. One of the best conditioned athletes, hardest working athletes I have ever met.
But that was a good
inspiration to his own teammates.
I agree with you in all respects, Frank, but he didn't like this one bit. He took a good shot there from Darian Gordon, and he's going to sit this one out.
10-yard pickup. First and 10 at the 41. Young is perfect thus far. He's 5 of 5, and now he is 5 of 6 intended for Brent Jones. It's been a pretty quiet week, all things considered. Very few fireworks between these two teams. I guess the biggest story is kind of a non-story. Jerry Rice musing about retirement. But that's not going to happen. No,
Jerry Rice was a little ill over the past 24 hours.
Yeah, Jerry made a valid point. He said, hey, I've been in the league 10 years. I have the right to think about quitting. One thing about Jerry Rice, he does want to own every passing record in the NFL history books, and he still has a little work left to do.
He's back in on second. And Taylor makes a fabulous catch.
That's the problem. You talk about Jerry Rice on one side, and the other side is John Taylor. One of the reasons Jerry Rice, he's a great receiver, of course.
We're talking about this one, by the way, guys.
It was ruled initially a catch, and now another official may have had a better vantage point.
Well, they're still letting it stand.
I think it was a perfect catch. I mean, he went down to pull the ball up. Look at that.
Great.
Covered it with the arm.
Yes.
Oh, God,
but
that's beautiful.
If you double cover Jerry Rice, you're going to get single coverage on John Taylor.
Beautiful.
And he can kill you.
Upon further review, a first down. 45 seconds to go in the quarter. Ricky Waters, nothing in the middle, so he goes to the outside, but Gibson gets an arm on him, and then he lost the ball, but out of bounds as Harper comes up to help out.
Ricky lost the ball, nearly lost his helmet. Excellent support on the corner by the San Diego Chargers. They can play the run, and that time they got a lot of white jerseys up there. Dennis Gibson, the hero of the game in Pittsburgh. But that was just a good collective effort by the Chargers. You string a running back out. You don't let him get his shoulders parallel to the line of scrimmage. Excellent team defense by San Diego.
And we talked about Jerry Rice and John Taylor, and we have not yet heard from Brent Jones. We will soon.
They attempted that one pass to him. It was incomplete. Second and 11. Young scrambling. Taken off. Inside the 20. Banged down at the 15 by Julius Seau. And Brent Jones may not be catching passes, but he threw a block right there.
Did he throw a beautiful block?
Well, directed by the maestro. Steve's pointing the guys out. Take him down, and he did.
15-yard pickup. Young has now carried twice for 36 yards and watches the first quarter expire. End of one in Miami. San Francisco 14, San Diego 7, and back we come to the Super Bowl. After this message and a word from our ABC station.
Where security matters most, the name most count on is Master Lock, because Master Locks are tough under fire.
This is ABC.
With a 282 horsepower V8 engine, it's designed to get you there quickly. Although, once inside, you may not consider that a benefit. Presenting the BMW of luxury cars. Channel 7, ABC.
Back in Miami, second quarter about to begin. Al Michaels, Frank Gifford, Dan Dierdorf, Super Bowl 29. 49ers have marched down the field twice. They were countered by a long San Diego drive to make it 14-7. And now as we begin period number 2, it's a 1st and 10 for the 49ers at the 15-yard line. Ricky Waters splits to the left. And Jerry Rice comes in motion. Floyd stays in the block. Young throws to Rice, and he's tackled by Darian Gordon after a minimal gain. Pickup of 3. Our exclusive coverage of the Super Bowl is being brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. For all you do, this Bud's for you. And Lee Apparel with new styles and colors. You like the way you look in Lee, the brand that fits.
Bill Arnsparger took a chance there, came up the middle with the double blitz. It was handled by San Francisco, and Darian Gordon, Frank, with a good tackle.
And this is the territory where you've got to cover number 84, Brent Jones. This is where he likes to work, the big tight end.
2nd and 7. And with Floyd in motion, Reuben Davis came across the line. Reuben Davis picked up as a free agent from the Phoenix Cardinals.
It wasn't exactly an explosive
5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Wasn't exactly an explosive move by Reuben off the ball, but I guess once you get 320 pounds going, like a ship, it just has its own momentum, and it's tough to stop.
Yep. Reuben coming over from Arizona. Most yards gained in a quarter. Washington against Denver and San Diego in January of '88, 356. They scored 5 touchdowns that day. San Francisco in the first quarter here today, 193, third most, as Floyd takes it down to the 5-yard line, fighting his way forward. He is stopped there by Dennis Gibson.
And he's real close to a first down.
Gibson making that stop. Dennis Gibson, as much as anybody else, the reason that the San Diego Chargers and not the Pittsburgh Steelers are here today.
And again, he's one of Bobby Beathard's 4 unprotected free agents that came over. Reuben Davis, we talked about him a moment ago. David Griggs was also there, part of that unprotected free agent crop, as was Dwayne Harper, the cornerback, and they all start. There's Bobby Beathard on the right.
Gibson knocking down that pass from O'Donnell intended for Foster that sent San Diego here. 3rd and inches, and Young tries to turn his shoulders and angle his way for the first down. Very close.
Steve Young, one of the best quarterback sneaking QBs in the league because of his sense of being able to feel the softness in there and get a first down. There just wasn't much softness there. The penetration belonged that time to the guys in the white shirts, the defensive line of the Chargers. He didn't have to go very far, though. We're talking about just a couple of inches. And they're going to bring in the sticks and take a close look at this one. He looks left, then tries to come back to the right. He goes low. And in that situation, it is awful hard to not pick up more than a couple inches. You can see they got the nose of the ball onto the 5.
You can't hesitate either. I mean, he took a look to the left, as you pointed out, tried to take it to the right. That changes things dramatically.
It's just your offensive line has to get beaten so badly to not pick up a couple of inches on a quarterback's sneak. Somehow the center has to get really blown back off the ball, and it doesn't happen all that often.
First down, 13:15 remaining in the first half. 14-7, 49ers. First and goal from the 5. Young to Floyd. Touchdown.
Bar none.
That's what they call him. He says, I'm the best fullback in the league, bar none.
Why is it that the 49ers get 3 rookie starters on their football team, and all 3 of them look like experienced veterans? William Floyd, Lee Woodall, and Bryant Young. That's
Floyd is from Florida State. You got Woodall from Westchester State. How do you talk about him? But Bryant Young is from Notre Dame.
David Griggs, the linebacker from San Diego, is the guy that had the coverage. He's number 92 there on the left side of your screen. He's going to come in, but he's just late to get to William Floyd, and then the tackle's not made, and hey, guess what? 3 possessions, 3 49er touchdowns.
3 extra points for Brian. William Floyd trying to go from a national championship at Florida State last year to a world title with the 49ers, and his club is up 21-7.
Bud. Wines. Bud. Bud. Wines. Bud. Bud. Wines. Bud. Wines. Bud. Bud. Wines. Bud. Wines. Bud. Wines. Bud. Wines. Bud. Wines.
You're the principal topic of my conversation. The apple of my eye. You're the principal
For the principal people in your life, the Principal Financial Group. Insurance, 401ks, managed health care, and more.
You're the principal reason I do what I do. The principal reason.
The Principal. For over a century, your edge on the future.
There are cars known for their luxury. And there are cars known for their technology. Now there's a car with the perfect balance of both. The all-new Lincoln Continental with the V8 Intech system. The perfect balance of luxury and technology.
Tuesday, the pigskin party continues.
I can fix this.
See how the Taylors enjoy the Super Bowl.
Who needs a big screen TV, huh?
Home Improvement Tuesday on ABC.
This Thursday, America's favorite lawyer moves to a new time, 1 hour earlier at 8 and 7 Central. Andy Griffith stars as Matlock, and then Michael Chiklis starring as the commish on his new night and time. Back to back this Thursday night right here on ABC. The 49ers, 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns. Doug Bryan to kick off.
To win this game, San Diego's going to need a big special teams play somewhere along the line.
A yard into the end zone brings it back out to the 19. He's given them some big plays this season as Coleman. He scored 2 touchdowns on returns. And let's get a word from Leslie Visser. Leslie?
Al, the 49ers decided to come into this game and script the first 15 plays. As you mentioned, they scored 3 touchdowns in those 17 plays. A lot of Ricky Waters at wideout, but for Mike Shanahan, quite a script.
Quite an offensive coordinator as well, and a big story, and we'll detail that with Mike Shanahan before this night is done.
They've been doing that under this man for many years, and Bill Walsh before that. Mike Shanahan went to a clinic, was even in college, and that's where he picked up the routine.
Mike Shanahan, a much sought-after coach, and Humphreys gets sacked because Dana Stubblefield came bursting through, and Jerry Rice is going back to the locker room.
They were looking at his left shoulder on the sidelines while we were away, and you remember he took the shot from Darian Gordon on that reverse a short while ago, went back to play, but now I think they want to take a better look at it.
That was a line stunt by Dana Stubblefield that time, and it just wasn't handled very well by the Chargers offensive line. Stan Humphreys had no chance whatsoever. And as soon as we hear anything on Jerry Rice, we'll let you know.
8-yard sack, 2nd and 18 from the 11. And they keep it on the ground, and Natron Means probes the middle, but nothing is there for him. So 3rd and very long. And let's go back to take a look at the hit that sends Jerry Rice back to the locker room.
Remember, it was on the near sideline, and it was number 21, Darian Gordon, the cornerback for the Chargers. Here comes a hit. Jerry lowers his shoulder, but he takes the shot. He does block some of it with his left arm. And keep in mind that this is a guy that's never missed a game due to injury. We asked Jerry Rice, can he ever remember even being hurt? He said, yeah, I remember one time I had a thigh bruise back in college.
3rd and 17, and Humphreys protected well, guns it, and is fortunate it wasn't picked off by Tyrone Drakeford.
Just good coverage in the secondary, and you're right, Al, that one could have been picked off so easily, and Stan Humphreys just trying to get rid of it, throw it out of bounds, and almost lost it.
Well, 3 and out is definitely not good news for your defensive team. It puts them right back on the field, and this is a defensive football team now for San Diego that has to be completely shell-shocked.
And 3 and out deep in your own territory. Yeah. Wagner sends you down to the 43-yard line. Dexter Carter coming to the outside and taken down. Good coverage on the play as the tackle is made by Shannon Mitchell.
Maybe San Diego defensively can get some spirit and some good feelings by Jerry Rice not being out there with the 49ers.
People, listen up. We've got a red alert. Red alert. Every one of these babies needs to be shipped ASAP. Oh, this is the big one. All right, hold all calls. Put on a pot of Java and let's roll up our sleeves.
Introducing desktop shipping software from FedEx.
This is a time when few have got to do the work of many.
Now you can point, click, and ship everything right from your own computer.
It reminds me of the winter of '84.
Packages are ready to go. Should I tell him?
That's my little army.
It's just warm enough. For free shipping software, call FedEx.
It isn't new, it's never old, and it's not what you expect. But it's up and coming. It's right in front of you. It's the life of the party, the word on the street. It's in, it's always, and it's about time. It's where we're at, it's what you want, it's on your mind, it's in your mouth, it's pork, and it's catching on. The other white meat. Taste what's next.
And if I see fear in a man's eyes, I will say no. I scream no. Because truth is what brings us here today. For a man will live and die to take hold of his dreams, for the strength to pass by those gates of fear.
Super Bowl 29, brought to you by McDonald's. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today. And Nike, who encourages you to participate in the lives of America's youth.
The San Francisco 49ers have been unstoppable so far. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns. They'll take it. San Diego needs somebody to step up now defensively. Junior Seau has hardly had his name mentioned to this point.
And I think they'll have to get away from that zone. They're laying back there very soft, and they're going to have to do something to make something happen. And it's not going to come from that bend to don't break defense.
Everybody knew it coming into the game that there was no way they can play their passive defense. Young goes deep on him right away.
Again, and it's a little overthrown. Coverage was decent. John Taylor was the intended receiver, and Steve frustrated with himself.
The one thing with the 49ers offensively, I think defensively, you sit back and you're in awe of them. And granted, they do take away you being able to do some things because they have talent all over the field, both wide receivers, the tight end, the running back. But the worst thing you can do is be passive. You can't wait for the game to happen in front of you and then hope that you make that first tackle. You got to take chances. Without taking chances, the Chargers are dead.
And you cannot miss that first tackle.
No, but they must gamble.
It is 2nd down and 10, and it's critical to stop the 49ers here. They get to stop him as McCaffrey, who's playing now because Rice is being worked on, and it is a shoulder strain. It's being iced right now in the locker room. That's why Jerry's back there. McCaffrey is in. It'll be 3rd down and 5.
McCaffrey with 11 receptions on the season came as a free agent after the Giants let him go. He was a 3rd-round pick of the Giants in '91. He's big. He's from Stanford. He's 6'5" and weighs about 215. We'll see a lot of him and probably Nate Singleton, number 88.
And here comes a monster play for San Diego's defense.
3rd down and 5 at the 49. A look into the eyes of Junior Seau. Stays back in pass protection. It's deflected and incomplete. McCaffrey couldn't hold on. Almost picked off. David Griggs was there.
One that could have been caught by the 6'5" McCaffrey, but it had an awful lot on it. And very uncharacteristic of Steve Young. He just smoked that in there, and McCaffrey would have been close to the 1st down, but he just zipped that in there. Very difficult for McCaffrey to hold on.
And we will see the first punt of the day for the 49ers. Here it is again.
There's McCaffrey.
Yep. The ball.
He was there.
It was high and behind him. It was not a very good throw by Steve Young.
Klaus Wilmsmeyer has one of the cushiest jobs in America. The punter for the 49ers.
Who scored more touchdowns than he's punted, right?
Yeah. It's fielded at the 18-yard line by Darian Gordon, but the coverage is great. The kick pinned him against the sideline. The crowd wants a flag for a late hit. Kevin Mitchell was there for the coverage. No mark. 10:30 remaining in the opening half in Miami. A 14-point 49er lead.
When I was a boy, I dreamed of playing football.
But I was allergic to milk, and the soybean juice substitute that my mother gave me made my bones weak.
But I digress. My point is, I love football. Football.
The ballet of bulldozers, the moments of grace in a sea of fury, the crowd fickle, fanatical, and faithful. Every kickoff is possibility, every down a war, and every now and then it doesn't come down to fancy strategy or speed or strength. It comes down to who has more heart. Yes, you see, football is in my bones. And where goes the two-point conversion, the onside kick, or the TV timeout? So go I! I've seen the locker rooms, my friends. I have smelled the shoes, stormed the field, and sung the songs. And I have heard the footsteps. Yes, and they say to me, Stanley, is football the greatest game in the world? And I say, yes, footsteps, yes, it is.
Money, sex, murder. Some people just can't get enough. Dennis Franz, Heather Locklear. Texas Justice coming in February to ABC.
A spectacle so big, it can only be the Doritos Super Bowl halftime.
Coming up at the half, it's Disney's Indiana Jones' latest adventure, the Temple of the Forbidden Eye on the Doritos Super Bowl halftime show. Well, the Chargers did what they had to do defensively. Now let's see what they can do offensively. 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. They were able to stop San Francisco, and now they begin this drive with Natron Means, who's dragged down from behind. Ricky Jackson, the longtime Saint, came for a small salary, got a huge bonus when they made it to the Super Bowl and playing in the big show for the first time. Flag down.
You wouldn't think that a guy like Ricky Jackson, after 14 years in the league, still has that kind of foot speed, especially for a pretty good-sized guy, but he chases this thing down all the way.
Came from the short side, a guard and a tackle on that side. He's been around enough to read that, the H-back leading the play.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 73, offense. After the play was over, 15-yard penalty, and the down counts. It'll be half the distance to the goal.
Ooh,
Second down.
That is a costly penalty on Isaac Davis. Here's Ricky Jackson.
Just outside the tackle. When the tackle comes down, he just pursues behind it.
Isaac Davis came around and made a good block on the play, and then afterwards gets involved in something that gets a flag tossed. And the biggie there is you not only have the yardage, but the good play by Jackson stands. That's Carl Mock, the offensive line coach of the San Diego Chargers. So you not only have a loss of yardage, but actually a loss of down as well.
2nd and 19 now. Humphreys going deep. The coverage is good, though. It looked as if somebody threw something, but it wasn't a flag.
Threw his hat to mark
right
where he might have caught the ball.
Al, your call was Humphreys going deep. Humphreys was going deep into the end zone, flat on his back, courtesy of Dana Stubblefield. Stan under tremendous pressure trying to find somebody open.
And even under that kind of pressure, he was very careful. He was not going to turn it over. He threw that ball where only his man could take it. This way you spoke of a moment ago. And he laid it up high, and Stubblefield unloaded on him.
Well, he beats the rookie Isaac Davis to the inside. Not a good series here for young Mr. Davis.
Not so far. 3rd down and 19. Humphreys throwing out of the end zone, and it's incomplete. The Niner secondary doing a terrific job. Pafuna was the intended receiver, and it's 4th down again.
Ooh, risky business for Stan Humphreys. Close to a two-pointer, had a lot of presence, knew where he was not going to throw the interception, threw it in the direction of the receiver, and avoided the two.
Boy, credit to 49ers. Stan Humphrey must have held that football for 7 seconds at least and still couldn't find anybody to throw it to. What a job of coverage by the 49ers.
Brian, and that one made contact with a 49er, but look at that roll, and it will turn out to look pretty good on the stat sheet. Adam Walker was rushing the kicker and may have gotten a hand on it, but the Chargers get away with one there. Despite the deflection, that kick is of 40 yards late.
There's Walker, great special teams player for the 49ers. Gets a hand on it.
on the 50, please. 30. End zone? You got anything in the end zone?
I told you we couldn't get Super Bowl tickets the day of the game.
All right. Let's just take a break and we'll eat our Big Macs, okay?
Captain Procrastinator.
Oh, yeah, that hurts.
Did I hear you guys need tickets? Here, you can have mine. Kind of in the middle of something.
Okay, Mike. Through the tunnel, off Leslie Visser's head, nothing but net.
This is probably Michael's private entrance.
Oh. Hey. I wonder where this goes.
Hey, look, it's Officer Orchestra. Hey, Tommy Tuba, how are you?
My team, call it in the air.
Corner.
The defensive line of the San Francisco 49ers has got to put pressure on the quarter. What was that?
Now, these are good seats.
That's right. I told you we'd get to the Super Bowl, Dr. Doubting Thomas.
Best burgers in the world, best seats in the house.
No, it's like we're right in the middle of the game. Hey, these are great seats. Helmet head. Yeah, Michael's really lucky.
Get ready for 2 great nights of non-stop action and network premieres. Parental discretion advised for Under Siege next Sunday, and then Sneakers Monday on ABC.
Here's Adam Walker right here. He's going to be turned completely loose, and he comes in and he does get a hand on the football. Unbelievably, they just let him go. And he does deflect the football, and I've never seen a deflected ball travel farther than that.
41 yards officially as William Floyd takes it down to the 46.
How do you get a 41-yard punt when it's tipped?
Meanwhile, Jerry Rice has come back onto the field and has come back into the game.
So Rice missed a series. They ice his shoulder. Back he comes. And when Jerry was in there, the 49ers marched 59, 79, and 70 yards to their 3 scores. 2nd and 7 at the 46. 9 minutes to go in the half. 21-7, San Francisco. Young guns it to Jones, and the tight end makes the catch at the 39-yard line, and that should be enough for a first down. Let's get the update on Jerry Rice from Leslie Visser.
Jerry just sat in a chair for about 5 or 10 minutes. He had tape on him, and they put some extra padding. He says he's ready to go. Al.
Okay, Jerry Rice, who, well, by the time he's finished, will not only own most regular season receiving marks, but a lot of Super Bowl records as well. He's already won 1 Super Bowl MVP award. And was hugely instrumental in another San Francisco Super Bowl victory. From the 39-yard line, for the man, and it's broken up by Darian Gordon.
Boy, it was a good read and a good change at the line of scrimmage by Steve Young, and Rice splitting the coverage, the ball hanging just a little bit, and let's take a look now again. He drives it to the inside. He set up to the inside, and Darren Gordon completely turned around, got back into it. And the second-year man out of Stanford, first-year pick a year ago, makes a good play. And it was a good read. He spins him clear around, and Young a little slow in getting it to him.
I would have to say that when Jerry Rice spins a corner all the way around, 99 times out of 100, that's a completed pass. That ball was late getting there from Young.
2nd and 10, and he fires a slant over the middle. It's caught by Jerry Rice. They run that play 1,000,000 times, seemingly, with probably a 90% success rate.
People, I don't think, realize how many of the 49er passes are such quick rhythm and really just 5-yard completions. All week long, the 49ers, the Chargers rather, have had a saying: 5-yard pass, 6-yard gain. They are really emphasizing that we must make the tackle and we must make it on the spot of the reception. At times tonight they haven't.
On the 27-yard line, Taylor makes the catch after Young had to check off, and nice coverage there by Harper.
A perfect example of the 49er passing attack right there. It's just how many times have we seen John Taylor turn that into a big play?
Of course, it begins right there with this man, Steve Young. He reads it so well, and he's in such good sync with Mike Shanahan, the offensive coordinator, who is now so thoroughly familiar with this offense and what Young can do. But make no mistake about it, this is Steve Young's team. He even admitted it down here this year. This is my team. But he is so good at the reads, coming off one receiver, finding the next one.
Leading the league in passing for a 4th consecutive season. 2nd and 6. Rolling left. Oh, what a move by Jerry Rice again. Takes it to the 15-yard line. That's a first down. Ran around Griggs.
Well, what presence, too. He knew he went right into the turf, avoided taking another shot, but he also knew he had the first down.
That was a 5-yard pass, but it was not a 6-yard gain.
Little rollout now on the part of Steve Young as he floats out to the left. Rice with a lot of presence, knowing where he had to get for the first down.
And a little moisture for the first time tonight.
Well, it's late in arriving. It has been predicted all day. It was raining on the west coast of Florida 4 or 5 hours ago, and they thought it would get here before now.
Here's Floyd. And the rookie pulls his way down to the 9-yard line. He's tackled there by Junior Seau and Stanley Richard.
Floyd came out of as a #1 draft pick from Florida State, rated as one of the best blockers in the collegiate game, and he also had rushed for well over 300 yards. We saw him catch a touchdown pass earlier.
Well, Floyd has added such a dimension to this San Francisco offense. He brings a punishing running style and a power between the tackles that's such a huge addition to their offense.
2nd and 4 from the 9-yard line. Ricky Waters fights his way down to the 8-yard line. He's wrapped up there by Chris Mims.
The two, Floyd and Ricky Waters, have complemented each other so much. They're like a cheering squad for each other. When you talk with them, they're so and they want the other to do so well, and yet they're the kind of player that wants the football all the time.
Well, Ricky was just delighted to find a teammate who's as hyper as he is.
Well, I was talking around it. I mean, you don't.
Well, let's face it.
I was trying to say that.
At times, Ricky Waters has been over-exuberant on the football field. He's cost his team. But this man loves to play. He loves to win. And look at it. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. George Seifert has had to reel him in at times, but Ricky Waters can play the game of football. He's a fine all-around back.
And it was William Floyd who brought his head coach into the 90s, so to speak, in the Detroit game, game number 5.
49ers take a timeout here preparatory to a 3rd and 3 from the 8.
Game number 5, the Detroit game. It was Floyd who got the touchdown. He gave it a dance for a rookie, and Seifert had words with me. He said, come on, coach, this is the 90s.
Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in nearby Pompano Beach, floating above Joe Robbie Stadium, which opened in 1987, was the vision and was named after the late owner of the Dolphins, Joe Robbie. After so many years at the Orange Bowl, they moved up here, and it's now not only the home of the Dolphins, but the Florida Marlins of the National League in baseball.
Great look there. Craig Janoff, our director tonight, bringing you these wonderful pictures. Of course, Kenny Wolf producing, as usual. Super Bowl 20. I'm glad this game's at night. We just don't function very well during the day, do we?
We're not day creatures. No.
George Seifert, who I think when Deion Sanders came earlier in the year, the character of this team turned around, and he had a long meeting with Deion Sanders. That didn't go all that well, as expressed by Deion Sanders, but he has become quite a fan of Sanders. Sanders is as hard a working football player as you would ever want. He works about as hard as he does putting on his show for you, and one of the most gifted athletes I've ever watched. Certainly, I think maybe the fastest man in this game today.
And becoming the first man ever to appear in a World Series, and he played extremely well for Atlanta against Toronto a couple of years back, and a Super Bowl. 3rd and 3 now after the timeout. And the Chargers blitz, but Young gets it off to Ricky Waters for the touchdown.
Well, I'll tell you, the Chargers don't blitz much. They blitzed on the Jerry Rice touchdown at the very beginning of the game. They blitzed there. I mean, Steve Young with the perfect read.
I don't blame them for blitzing. We talked earlier, Bill Arnsparger can't just sit back. That is just perfect execution. Ricky Waters is what they call the hot receiver. The linebacker blitzes to his side. The man who's supposed to cover him is clear back in the end zone. Griggs comes up, but Steve Young gets it past David Griggs, right to Ricky Waters. It's just perfectly executed by the 49ers. That is why they are the best team in football.
And maybe the best offensively that has ever been in football.
There are more than just a few coaches around the NFL that think this is the finest offensive machine that's ever been assembled.
Doug Bryan boots it through. Testimony to the fact, best offensive team ever, perhaps. Doug Bryan, the kicker, has not made anything remotely resembling a critical kick all season, or a pressure-packed kick, because they've been blowing out teams week after week after week.
That is a play that is just not that easily executed, and Young, Waters, and the rest of the members of the San Francisco offense make it look like all they're doing is playing pitch and catch in a park on a Saturday afternoon.
And, of course, the job
what do you say
is in the hands of Bill Arnsparger, and this kind of tells it all. I mean, how do you stop all the weapons that the 49ers can present? You don't.
Well, he's not alone. Every defensive coordinator in the league has faced the problems this year. And I guess when you look back at this regular season, the weirdest score of any regular season game had to be Philadelphia 40, San Francisco 8. You think back now and you say, how in the world did that happen?
Yeah, they were 3-2 at that point, and there were people calling for George Seifert's job. Right. You can believe that as you look back to that period of time.
He was funny. Somebody asked him about a poll. They asked one of those goofball polls, and something like 85% of the respondents said fire him. And they asked him about it this week, and George said, I want to thank the 15% that voted for me.
Then the next week they go into Detroit. They're trailing 14-0, and that's when you talk to the 49ers, that's when they feel they turned the season around. Steve Young beaten up, crawling off the field, and they came back to win that game 27-21, and they've been, well, they just kind of almost gave one again to Minnesota in the final game of the season.
Ryan sends it down to Andre Coleman. Brings it back out to the 25-yard line. He's tackled there by McCaffrey with 4 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in the first half. Steve Young at the age of 33 at the very, very top of his game. 4 touchdown passes and a half, tying a Super Bowl mark. Doug Williams of the Redskins in a game in 1988 following the 87 season.
We got to see them both.
We did. Yep. And you know, the amazing thing about that game is that was the biggest come-from-behind effort in Super Bowl history. Denver actually led 10-0,
right,
and Washington won the game 42-10.
And incredibly, Timmy Smith, the running back of the Redskins, was the most valuable player in that game.
Right, and Ricky Sanders had an unbelievable day as Natron Means runs into a gang. Tim McDonald and others leading the charge.
Well, there's something that happens to a football game late in the season, a playoff game, when you're down by this big a score. Emotionally, it happens on both sides of the ball. You can't hardly avoid this kind of a feeling. That's Junior Seau. He knows, I think this game is pretty much gone. And on the other side of the ball, the 49ers, you can just see them. They're bouncing all over the field, and they're going to attack.
Well, they better get a first down, or Steve Young's going to have a shot at 5 touchdown passes and a half.
Second down and 8 from the 27-yard line. And the catch is made by Say, and Mark Say takes it out to the 45-yard line.
I want to correct myself. I misspoke when I said that Timmy Smith was the MVP. Timmy Smith had what, 205, 204,
204, I believe.
204. But Doug Williams was the most valuable player. Mm-hmm. For those of you keeping track of the trophies at home, I want to correct myself. That was Timmy Smith's moment in the sun, though. He
switchboarded, really lighted up, Dan.
So, no, I don't think it got to that point yet.
Well, Doug had called.
One fleeting moment in the sun. He was a Bobby Beathard find. They give it to Means, and on a reverse, Shawn Jefferson into San Francisco territory, and he takes it to the 46. Merton Hanks makes the tackle.
Yeah!
We can be accused of hyping it in this particular instance, 28-7. I mean, they lead by 21 to the Niners, but of all the teams in the league that have shown the propensity and ability to come back, as we mentioned at the very top, it's the team in charge of those fellas running it. Bobby Ross as well. They came from 18 back on opening night against Denver, 15 against Miami, 10 against Pittsburgh 2 weeks ago. Well, who knows? From the 46. Little screen. Eric Bieniemy handles the ball for the first time in the game. And he's off to the races. And Eric Bieniemy is out of bounds inside the 15 at the 13-yard line.
Well, how quickly we have gone from talking about Steve Young and the possibilities of a 5th touchdown pass to now we're looking at the Chargers possibly getting some points.
Bieniemy on picking up a little blitz and then releasing to the outside, getting a good block and taking it down the sidelines. Let's take a look at it. Stan Humphries looking downfield. There's Bieniemy. That was a screen pass, as a matter of fact. A 2-man screen. He gets the block right there. And points out another block and gets the first down.
It's perfectly done by Bieniemy when he popped Ricky Jackson.
First down. Humphries buys time. Fabulous protection. Guns it, and it's broken up. Intended for Tony Martin. And Eric Davis, the only man in the Niners secondary not going to the Pro Bowl next week, who's had a fabulous postseason. His interception and touchdown run back set the tone in the Dallas game. He created a fumble, breaks it up.
And he had a great season also, Al. He had a terrific, fabulous season, postseason. But watch this. This is good coverage. He reads the eyes, moves back into it, and is right there for the play on Tony Martin.
2-minute warning.
It's no big mystery. When a guy needs to change into something comfortable, nothing feels or looks better than a great pair of Lee jeans.
4th floor, lingerie.
You'll like the way you look in Lee. The brand that fits.
Shut up!
In the depths of death row.
Did you kill Johnny Schreiber?
The key to a murder.
I didn't do it, but I know who did.
Lies in the mind of a madman.
Just read the sign. What signs?
Sean Connery, Lawrence Fishburne, Kate Capshaw, Blair Underwood, and Ed Harris.
Did you kill her?
Seek, and ye shall find. Just Cause. Rated R. Starts Friday, February 17th.
Hi, I'm Derek Thomas of the Kansas City Chiefs. There's a big game coming up, AFC versus NFC in the Pro Bowl. I'm getting ready. Are you ready for some football? Hey, man, that's my line.
Let's take one more look at that last play, the attempted pass to Tony Martin. Tony Martin, this ball could have been caught. Davis, I can't tell if he touches it or not, but that ball bounces off both hands and the chest of Tony Martin. It did not look to me like Eric Davis touched it. That could have been a San Diego touchdown.
2nd and 10. Humphries throwing, and Mark Shea cannot come up with it. Had position. Merton Hanks was trailing him, but it's incomplete.
It would have been a great catch, but it was catchable, and that's two that appeared, even though difficult, certainly were catchable from the arm of Stan Humphries. Hanks back on the defense. He's beaten to the outside, right off the fingertips, and again, it would have been a great catch. The one that could have been caught when you're down by this many points should have been caught.
You can't beat the 49ers without making some big plays, and those were two big plays that weren't made.
3rd and 10, and the pass is a little high, intended for Alfred Papunu, who scored the huge touchdown against Pittsburgh, and that's incomplete. Tim McDonald with the coverage. So they go from 1st and 10 to 4th and 10, and John Carney comes in to try to kick a field goal.
And really, those were some pretty good throws by Stan Humphries that come up with nothing. That last one was just a good play by Tim McDonald. But those first two passes one of them could have been a touchdown for San Diego. When you're a big underdog and you are playing somebody as good as the 49ers, you got to make big plays.
31-yard attempt for Carney out of Gail Gilbert's hold, and that is good. So they do come up with 3. The Charger cannon goes off. 1:44 remaining in the first half, and it is now 28-10 San Francisco.
Say again, another look. One that most certainly could have been caught. I think Mark Say would tell you, yeah, I should have caught the ball. Problem now, they have left the 49ers a lot of time on the clock.
$1:44.
They can go. They could go to Tampa in a minute and 44 seconds.
Tuesday night, a brand new show comes to ABC. The special preview of The Marshal, starring Jeff Fahey. Tuesday night, following Grace Under Fire. Joe Robbie Stadium on this late January Sunday evening at about 20 of 8. Temperature today up in the 70s. We get a little bit of moisture, but nothing serious.
Each club has 2 timeouts remaining, so the 49ers will see what kind of yardage they get here. Deion Sanders is going back along with Dexter Carter back to the goal line for the 49ers. So you're going to see a little electricity if number 21 grabs his kickoff.
Where do you think Carney's going to try to place this?
Well, he's going to try to place it towards the direction of Dexter Carter. Let's see if he can do it.
1:44 left in the half. And he does go Carter's way. Carter makes the catch at the 12-yard line. Brings it out to the 23-yard line, where he's tackled by Eric Bieniemy. Well, the 49ers tonight came out roaring, scoring on their first 3 possessions. Then Jerry Rice was back in the locker room, and they were 3 and out with a punt. Rice came back in. Not that he was necessarily that instrumental on the drive, but in fact they went again into the end zone. 4 touchdown passes for Steve Young, and 28-10 with still a ton of time remaining. 1:38.
Deion right at the point of the wedge on that kickoff return by his teammate Dexter Carter.
He was looking like he thought Dexter was going to run a reverse. He was so far out of it.
From the 23-yard line, Young for Jones, and he makes the catch. And he's a tight end who not only goes over the middle and underneath, but deep down the sideline.
And he gets out of bounds.
It's really, sometimes you wonder if it's fair. You split Brent Jones out all the way. He's a tight end. Ricky Waters is flanked out the other direction. You've got tight ends. Look at him. That's where the split end or the flanker should be all the way.
Well, look who he's got on him, though, Don.
Yeah.
They're trying to cover him with David Griggs, the linebacker. Now, that's ludicrous.
But it's the formation that sent the Chargers haywire, because you got Jerry Rice to the inside and Jones to the outside.
Year after year, they give you more looks than any team in the league. Floyd makes the catch. It started with Bill Walsh. There's no question about that. They have really just kept the system in place every year since 1979.
That's just a brilliant move on the part of Mike Shanahan. He knows that they're going to have linebacker coverage on Jones, so isolate him. That's good stuff.
1:10 remaining in the half, and Rice makes the catch and steps out of bounds, making sure he had the first down. There is Mike Shanahan. I'll tell you this, he is number 1 on Denver's list. He is probably number 1 on Philadelphia's list. And if he showed any interest in the LA, St. Louis, or wherever Rams, he'd be number 1 on their list.
You his agent?
Are you trying to?
I'm just telling
You're making some deal for him.
Telling you what
and you are so right. There's no question about it. He is the hot item right now in coaching.
Are you trying to say he's in a very enviable position?
I'd like to be his agent. Second down, and first and 10 is Ricky Waters. Takes the ball down to the 29-yard line.
I know one thing, though. If Mike Shanahan becomes a head coach, it's a return to the real world.
Yeah, reality.
When you're the offensive coordinator for the 49ers, welcome back to reality when you have to go coach somebody else.
He's already been a head coach for the Raiders. Second down and 6, and the pass is incomplete, intended for Ricky Waters.
I'm not sure that's reality.
Yes. And while we're on the subject of Shanahan, the 49ers have said there is no question they want to keep him. And Carmen Policy said last night, he said, we're going to do everything we can to keep him with us.
Look at that. 9 yards per play, 305 yards. in the first half alone, and they still have the football. Whoa.
3rd down and 6 at the 29-yard line. 41 ticks left. Rice in motion. The fake to Waters. And then Young throws incomplete, intended for Brent Jones, a little high.
Oh, that was poorly thrown by Steve Young. He jumped up in the air after he threw the ball. Jones would have been able to take it probably inside the 20 and improve the field goal range. Oh, he picked up a first down, as a matter of fact.
The field is starting to get a little wet from the rain. You saw Jerry Rice go in motion, and he fell flat on his face, and he was slow to get up. I'm not sure if he stretched himself, but it's you got to watch this. This field is getting a little bit slick with the rain.
You saw Young there. Had he been able to get that ball, and he should have, for Brent Jones, it would have been a first down.
47-yard field goal attempt. Timeout call by the Niners with 36 seconds. Brian's longest this year, 48.
He hasn't had to kick that much, Al. He had, what, 20 attempts for the year?
We mentioned before there have been a lack of dramatic games for the Niners this year. They lost a close game to Kansas City. They were routed by Philadelphia, and the only other game they lost was that meaningless Monday night game at the end of the season when everything was already clinched to Minnesota. And in all of their victories, they've blown the opponents away.
Minnesota game where most of the key personnel, and particularly Steve Young, after he was sacked a couple of times, they had him out of there.
Well, and also remember, early on in the season, everybody involved with the 49ers will tell you that defensively, they just did not gel. You know, that's where the free agency market was really trying to find its way. It's just not that easy to become a team just during the span of a couple of mini camps and training camp. And Ken Norton and Ricky Jackson that you're looking at right there, and Gary Plummer, these people were, you got a couple of rookies in Woodall and Young. They just had not found their way. And Ray Rhodes said this was not a really good defensive team until the second half of that Detroit game that you talked about earlier, Frank.
Brian, a 47-yard field goal attempt. Wilmsmeyer puts it down, and the kick is short.
And bad.
And wide. And wide. And no good. And errant.
Well, again, there's a guy we talked earlier. He hasn't had a lot of really pressure-packed kicks, and I'm not sure that a 28-10 attempted field goal is pressure-packed. But this one was missed badly. Ooh, the laces are not where you normally expect to see them, Frank.
No, I don't know whether some kickers don't like that. Others doesn't bother them. And O'Brien,
he knew
it must bother him.
Yeah, that's where you poke your drive right into the woods on the right side of the fairway, and you know it the minute you strike it.
Well, let's see if the Chargers, with 30 seconds and 2 timeouts, can work their way into field goal range as Humphries throws. The catch is made. It's a 9-yard pickup to the 46-yard line. Sean Jefferson, the receiver, and timeout is called. That took 6 ticks off the clock. 24 seconds remain.
If they're thinking 6, their kicker John Carney, his best for the season was 50 yards. He made that a couple of times. He's right on the edge of 50.
Now, does that leave San Diego with 1 left?
1 timeout remaining. Yeah. John Carney, one of the very best. He holds the record for most consecutive field goals, 29. From 1992 through the beginning of 93. That marks in jeopardy, though, when next season begins. Fuad Reveiz of Minnesota begins the year with 28 in a row. So Carney hopeful of getting in. Well, he's hopeful of getting in for an extra point is what he's hopeful of right now. But at least for 3.
Ricky Jackson asking Jerry Markright if he'd heard about how big a bonus he got when they won the NFC Championship game.
800 grand.
800 and change. It was somewhere around 850 something.
Good crew here tonight, Jerry Markright. This is his 4th Super Bowl. Guy's doing a great job.
Ricky Jackson, the oldest guy in the game, will be 37 in a couple of months.
And we saw him make that good play earlier in the second quarter. We chased it down from behind, showing a good burst.
2nd and 1. And Humphries throws. Harmon cannot hold on at the 49-yard line, and 19 seconds remain. Tyrone Drakeford with the coverage.
That ball came out of there really wobbly. It almost looked like somebody touched that at the line of scrimmage.
He got a finger on that, I think.
Ricky Jackson was in the vicinity.
Take a peek.
Let's take a good look at it. There's Ricky Jackson, 57. Yep. He did get his hand on it. We have seen punts deflected that keep on going, passes deflected that keep on going.
3rd and 1.
I don't know that that means anything. We've just seen it.
Whoa! Race from Martin, and he's out in front, and it is broken up at the goal line. Eric Davis staying right with him as Humphreys unloads, but the ball hung, and Eric was able to get back and break it up.
That's unusual, and such a strong arm on the part of Humphreys.
Are they ruling that he caught that? Are they saying
to him, I think?
Yeah, they made.
If you have possession when you go into the end zone.
Well, look, they're going to say this is an interception.
Boy, look at how he closed it down on Martin. Martin is thinking 6 right here. Here comes Eric Davis. He tucks it away. If he has possession when he hits
the ball was intercepted in the end zone for a touchback.
Well, the ball was on the far side of Eric Davis. He hit the ground and it came out, and they give him credit for the interception and the touchback. 49er ball to 20.
It would be just as though you went into the end zone as a leaping running back landing in the end zone. The knee is down, and when he hits, the ball comes out.
Well, I always thought that an interception was the same as a reception. That when
he's got it away.
But you've got to demonstrate control of the football. It means precious little at this point in time. Eric Davis gets the interception, and the 49ers lead by 18.
Means a lot to Eric Davis.
Yeah, it sure does.
Davis is 4th in postseason, so a frustrating half for Martin and the Chargers as they leave the field with San Francisco leading San Diego at the half. 49ers 28, Chargers 10. Our halftime show coming up after this message and a word for ABC Station.
Mario, I haven't seen a change like this since I was knee-high to a June bug.
And I was as surprised as you are.
Well, I should have seen it coming.
Maybe so, but now I think we ought to accept this change, embrace it, be positive about it, because change can be very exciting.
You're probably right, Mario. I guess I'll get used to Doritos' new bag.
There you go.
This year's big change is Doritos. More flavor, new shape, new bag.
Too bad about the Cowboys, Ann.
They always won when I was governor. So, Mario, can you stay and watch the Doritos halftime show?
Recently, and time is something I have plenty of.
To everyone who gave the United Way this Super Bowl, thank you.
Here's to the winners, here's to the heroes, those who move mountains. Here's to the miracles they make us see, to ask the best of ourselves, then give much more. Here's to all brothers, here's to all people.
Furnished by the National. Bought it, Matt. You got to handle it.
If you buy something at Circuit City, then see it advertised for less, just come back. Our low price guarantee means you'll get the difference.
Excuse me? Last week I bought this.
Plus 10% of the difference.
And today I saw this. Just open the paper and there it was.
It's that easy.
Yeah. That's it?
That's it.
Cool.
Circuit City, where service is state of the art.
Don't you hate shopping for a new car? It can be excruciating. Even when you finally find a car you love, you wind up battling over the stuff you really want. Airbag, anti-lock brakes, air conditioning. I hate confrontation. That's why I love General Motors value pricing. Everything is already included for one low sticker price. No battles, no hassles. It's the way it ought to be.
was on a cruise ship. I slipped on right overboard. Hi, boys.
Ocean view? I don't think so.
I'm in a bit of a hurry. That is so true. So, where was I? The American Express card. It's a lifesaver. To apply, look for this display and take one.
Channel 7 49ers Super Bowl wrap-up right after the game. Welcome to the Doritos Super Bowl halftime show. Once again, Brent Musburger.
Halftime, and the San Francisco 49ers are as good as advertised. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Brent Musburger, along with Dick Vermeil and Boomer Esiason. Dick, I want to start right out at the start of this game. In professional football, how do you split the safeties? Not once, but twice for touchdowns.
Well, you can fault the safeties if you want to. Really, the blame is nobody took Rice leaving the line of scrimmage. You've got to jam him. You can't allow a gifted athlete like Rice to split the safeties. You have to be physical with him as he leaves the line of scrimmage.
Same thing on the second one?
Second one, play action throws the linebacker. They're supposed to take him down the hole. Waters down the hole.
You know, the Boomer, it's a small group, left-handed quarterbacks who play at the Super Bowls. Your feeling about Steve Young?
It's even smaller left-handers that have won. But, you know, actually, Steve Young is doing something out here that is absolutely amazing. You know, he supposedly has this Montana mythical cloud hanging over him. You know, it's raining here, but the sun is shining on Steve Young today. The combination of him, along with a great offense and offensive coordination by Mike Shanahan, is leading to all of these points today.
Dick, teams don't come back in Super Bowls.
Really, really tough. But I'll tell you, the San Diego Chargers have been resilient all year. They've battled back against the odds to get here. So, hey, if anyone has that personality, they have it.
Stan Humphries could have had a touchdown at the end of the half, Boomer.
He sure could have. You know, if he just would have thrown the ball away from Eric Davis as opposed to trying to throw it over the receiver's head, he would have had 6. It was that close.
All right, so there we are at the half. 4 touchdown passes for Steve Young here in the first half, and the 49ers build an 18-point lead. We're going to break from here now because it is time to go down to the field. The Doritos halftime show is coming your way on ABC.
The National Football League and Disneyland proudly introduce the new Indiana Jones adventure, Temple of the Forbidden Eye.
The Super Bowl trophy. It's gone. Come on, everybody. We've got to find it.
Hold on. I got a bad feeling about this.
Bring to me the trophy. Miss Patti LaBelle.
Every day's a new day. Every day we shine. Listen to the rhythm that we're keeping in your heart. Every day is a challenge. Every day we try. Life's got you fighting toe to toe and eye to eye.
and stars above that shine so bright. The mystery of their fading light that shines upon my caravan. Sleep, sleep upon my shoulder as we creep across the sand so I may keep a memory of our caravan. This is so exciting. You are so inviting, resting in my arms as I thrill to the magic charm.
Arturo Sandoval.
So exciting, you are so inviting, resting in my arms as I thrill to the magic charms of you. Beside me here beneath the blue, my dream of love is coming true within our desert caravan. Our desert
You got your trophy back. So now tell me, sugar, what's next?
I'm giving it to the winner of Super Bowl 29.
Well, that's the right attitude, baby. Well, I'm wearing a new dress, new hat, brand new ideas, that's a matter of fact. I have changed my deal. Well, somehow the wires uncrossed, the tables were turned. Never knew I had such a lot to learn.
be back with more from Super Bowl 29 after this word about upcoming shows on ABC.
They've worked for years to get to this moment. They've practiced every step, every jump, every spin hundreds of times. Now the anticipation is over. America's next generation of skaters are poised to become our new national champions. ABC Sports and the United States Figure Skating Association present our country's premier skating event. Join us for afternoon and primetime coverage of the State Farm U.S. Figure Skating Championships, February 11th on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Get ready for this. The February movies on ABC. Seagal, Jones, Under Siege. Redford, Poitier, Sneakers. Locklear, Strauss, Frags, the miniseries Texas Justice. Ford, Patriot Games, a world premiere movie, Devane Falling from the Sky, the blockbuster stars, and outstanding films. ABC's got them in February. Get ready for this.
Well, for the second time tonight, the smoke is trying to clear, Joe Robbie, and let's go back now to Al, and along with Frank and Dan.
Well, we're back at Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami, where the San Francisco 49ers are on top 28-10.
Kind of what we expected?
Yes, and it's the same differential that we saw between these two teams during the regular season at halftime. It was 21-3 in their regular season meeting.
It was just a beginning that San Diego could not afford to allow the 49ers to score the first couple of times they get the football. You were hoping that San Diego would be able to make some type of a defensive statement, a couple hard hits. Instead, what do? They blow coverages, they miss tackles, they play right into the 49ers' hands.
I think they made a statement when they went up on top to Jerry Rice. Let's take a look at it in the very opening minutes of the game in case you missed it. And it was Jerry Rice with a little move to the outside. He split the safeties and was wide open and actually had to even slow up to take the ball. But it was, I don't know, it just sent them back right on their heels. And when you split the safeties like that, you don't get him, as Dick Vermeil said, you don't touch him off the line of scrimmage, and it makes a big difference.
It was the fastest touchdown in Super Bowl history, 124 into the game. And then after San Diego went 3 and out on its first possession, there was Ricky Waters getting loose over the middle. Carrington missed a tackle. Richard missed a tackle. And it was 14-0 before half of the crowd was seated. And then the Chargers, though, showed their resiliency early when Natron Means ended a long scoring drive with a touchdown to make it 14-7. So they begin to get back in it. But then again, you've got San Francisco getting the ball back.
And they get the ball back, and they did what they did the first 2 times they had the ball. They scored. Here's a good look at them playing defense. That's Eric Davis on Tony Martin. But in reality, Davis doesn't appear to touch the ball. The ball caroms off the arms of Martin. And you're looking at what could have been but was not a San Diego score.
Did they use enough weapons for you? If they go back on a blitz that Steve Young reads perfectly with Ricky Waters. He's the hot back coming out of the backfield. Another touchdown for the 49ers, using all of their weapons in the first half.
And then there was Mark Say. You know, it's funny with Tony Martin unable to make a catch. And then Mark Say here unable to make this catch. Otherwise, it would have been a lot closer. San Diego will get the ball when the second half commences. But I hate to say it, I guess this game has pretty much gone according to Hoyle. This is very much what people expected. San Francisco unstoppable.
It's a celebration, really, to this point in time, of just the marvelous offense of the San Francisco 49ers. It is just, we've talked, one of the great offensive teams of all time, and they're playing like it.
Chargers get the ball on the kickoff, and they need to make something happen on the opening kickoff. Right now, let's go back to Brent. Brent?
All right, Frank, and we'll see if they can make something happen here in the second half. And we'll be back with it after a word from your ABC stations.
Mario, I have
haven't seen a change like this since I was knee-high to a June bug.
And I was as surprised as you are.
Well, I should have seen it coming.
Maybe so, but now I think we ought to accept this change, embrace it, be positive about it, because change can be very exciting.
You're probably right, Mario. I guess I'll get used to Doritos' new bag.
There you go.
This year's big change is Doritos. More flavor, new shape, new bag.
Too bad about the Cowboys, Ann.
They always won when I was governor. Gee, Mario, both these teams are great. It's a shame there could only be one winner.
Don't I know it?
Is Extreme on yet?
No, game's still on.
If they call one more time out. Hey, it's a preview.
The winter heats up tonight right after the Super Bowl with Extreme on ABC.
Extreme, 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 extreme.
Thursdays, get ready for some action.
The Kamesh moves to Thursday at 9/8 Central after Matlock here on ABC.
Final call.
We've got to move fast, Kirby. I hope you booked Hertz.
Not exactly, but this company's fast.
As fast as Hertz #1 club goal?
Not exactly, but they do have a special place to pick up the car.
Like Hertz?
Not exactly, but it'll be waiting.
Under a canopy? With the keys in it?
Not exactly.
And protected from the weather?
Not exactly.
In Rent-A-Car, there's Hertz and there's not exactly. Make sure you choose the right one.
Counting on that promotion, Kirby?
No, not exactly.
America's always been a country of inventors, a nation of relentless tinkerers, a land of improvisation. Businesses start in garages, hobbies turn into industries, and if you're Bank of America, you hold up your end of the job by making sure every business service is in place for when the next brainstorm hits in the middle of the night. Banking on America. Bank of America.
You don't buy a car because of the orthopedically designed seats or the 6-speaker stereo, the accessory in-dash cellular phone, or the ergonomically designed beverage holder. But when you can get them all in a practical, reliable 95 Honda Accord EX, you'll suddenly decide there's no other way to transport your coffee. The 95 Accord EX, now at your Honda dealer.
Monday's the Dream Team.
Put me in, Coach.
He kicks off the night. Coach.
Hey, hey, hey!
Then it's a whole new ballgame.
You're on the team.
He's a sportscaster.
I'm on the team.
She's a broadcaster.
Am I on the team?
TV Guide calls it a winning team.
You're not playing yet, but you're on the team.
Coach.
Yeah!
And a whole new ballgame. Monday's Dream Team on ABC.
Are women really not strong enough to do some jobs? Are men just too aggressive to raise children? John Stossel reveals new research that shows that men and women really are different. Wednesday.
Channel 7 49ers Super Bowl wrap-up right after the game.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 29. Brought to you by the Pepsi-Cola Company, who reminds you that nothing else is a Pepsi. And FedEx Ship. FedEx Ship, software that makes shipping easier than ever.
Well, there's the smoke still drifting upward from the halftime ceremonies. I suppose emblematic of the 49ers, who are on fire in the first half and leading by a score of 28-10 as we get set for the second half of Super Bowl 29.
And the lightning bolts right now have been reduced to a football team that just simply can't afford to make a mistake in the second half. They have to play error-free football in an attempt to slowly crawl back into this football game. And again, they'd be helped immensely by a big play on special teams, an interception, any type of a defensive score. They need some lightning to strike in their favor.
A one-hopper by Bryant, Andre Coleman. And he slips down at the 19-yard line. So they don't get, as a flag goes down, they don't get that big special teams play. But what would help immensely, obviously, for San Diego is a scoring drive to open this second half.
And, of course, we've talked about it so many times. They came from behind to beat Miami. They came from behind to beat Pittsburgh in the second half.
Illegal block. Number 37 on the return. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
Rodney Harrison, the numbers through the first half, 304 total yards for the 49ers.
Be a great game for a lot of teams, wouldn't it?
But notice the time of possession is relatively equal.
Super Bowl record, most yards gained and a half. Washington against Denver, the great Doug Williams, Timmy Smith, Ricky Sanders game. And then the 49ers here today against Miami at Stanford after the '84 season, and Oakland against Minnesota in Super Bowl 11.
And every one of those was a first half.
Yep.
Quick starts all.
From the 9-yard line, Natron Means up to the 15, and Means, who figured to be so much a part of this game if it was close, and this of course is what happens to any team when you're behind, and Means now begins to hobble off. It takes him in effect out of the game.
Dion pats him on the back on his way out. Dion obviously delighted that he's leaving. And
Chargers opening
like
with the 2 tight ends, so they're thinking run.
Yep. Looks like he's favoring his left leg somehow.
He comes out. Eric Bieniemy comes in. It's 2nd down and 5, and they give it to Eric Bieniemy. He picks up 3. He gets to the 18-yard line. It'll be 3rd and a yard or 2.
This is the type of running attack. Means grabbing his left ankle, but this is a type of punishing, heavy load type running attack between the tackles that both Means and Bieniemy are comfortable doing, and it's really what Bobby Beathard has tried to build with his Charger team, a big bruising offensive line, NFC type football.
Like he built with Washington, and he took to 3 Super Bowls, and it's not nearly as punishing with number 20 on the sidelines.
Exactly right.
3rd down and 2 from the 18-yard line. Humphries throws, and it is dropped, and it's killing him right now, the drop passes. Tony Martin, and that's been the story of Martin this season, either something like that or a huge play, and of course it was Martin who scored the winning touchdown against Pittsburgh.
It was also Martin who dropped the 2 long touchdown passes against the Rams. It was Martin who was plagued with the drops here in Miami for several years, and it probably ultimately led for Don Shula to make the trade to San Diego.
Ryan Wagner to punt.
That was an easy pass to catch, though.
Dexter Carter, 28-yard line. And he brings it back to the 38-yard line. A 10-yard return. And with 13:20 to go in the 3rd, it remains an 18-point differential.
Hey, ain't you coming in?
Not just yet, honey.
Dad? Son.
Been a long time, Dad.
It's been a long trip, son. How about throwing me a cold one?
Just like old times, huh, Dad?
Just like the old days. This isn't a Pepsi.
I know. I saved 9 cents.
Unbelievable. Kid saved a lousy 9 cents. I came all the way back for this.
Gosh, it's a little chimp. Oh, he looks like a little person.
They're really not.
Look how smart he is.
They're not very intelligent, honey. They're dopey.
Look at him.
We have a dummy on our hood. Oh, where's he going?
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
And now, Valley of the Apes.
Halftime, Bobby Ross came out. He was very upset. He said, contrasting the great offense and defense by San Francisco, that his team played that poorly. They blew assignments, they missed coverage, and he felt did not execute well. He's going to change his matchup on the defensive side to try and get better coverage on the receivers, and offensively, he's going to keep the same game plan, just better execution. Now let's go to Leslie Visser. Leslie?
Len, they were very professional, very demeanor. Only Ricky Jackson said we're halfway there. George Seifert said we've got to look for the long ball defensively and defend against it offensively. He said we'll see more of Ricky Waters at receiver.
All right, Leslie, and they think it's a Waters, and it's Jerry Rice. So if it's not Waters, it's Rice, or it's Taylor, or it's Jones, or it's Floyd. and they just keep on coming at you as they have against every team they have faced this season.
And there's a pass virtually impossible to defend, and wait till you see the footwork by Rice on the sidelines.
But he, again, it began with Steve Young. He got the read. He knew Rice was going to be in single coverage, and Darren Gordon's pretty good man-for-man coverage in the coverage, but he was not going to let Rice beat him deep.
What a nice tick of the right foot by Jerry Rice, getting it in bounds.
7 catches for Ricky Waters gets taken down by Dennis Gibson. The first to meet him after a gain of 1. It'll be 2nd down and 9 at the 45-yard line.
And we've got an injured, that's Darian Gordon, it looks like, the cornerback to that side.
An injury timeout with 12 minutes and 38 seconds now remaining in the 3rd quarter. The Chargers, Bobby Ross in his 3rd year. His team down 28-10 as we step away for a moment.
Shipped ASAP. Oh, this is the big one. Hold all calls. Put on a pot of Java and let's roll up our sleeves.
Introducing desktop shipping software from FedEx.
This is a time when few have got to do the work of many.
Now you can point, click, and ship everything right from your own computer.
It reminds me of the winter of '84.
Packages are ready to go. Should I tell him?
That's my little Ari.
It's just warming up. For free shipping software, call FedEx.
It is an experience above all else. It is Avalon, Toyota technology taken to a new level of excellence. A world of superior comfort, room, and refined driving performance. Avalon, the new flagship from Toyota, built exclusively in America. Experience the tranquility.
Imagine the real Rambo, really ticked off at our government. How mad is he? He's got followers preparing for just about anything. Day 1, Thursday.
That shot, courtesy of the Bud 1 airship, the aerial ambassador of the King of Beers, looking down on Joe Robbie Stadium, Super Bowl 29. Thus far, a celebration of the 49ers and what they have accomplished this season as they seek to become the first team in history to win 5 Super Bowls. Chargers in a Super Bowl for the first time. They won 1 AFL championship in the old AFL in '63. Beat the Boston Patriots 51-10 in the championship game. 2nd down and 9. Gordon out and Van Horst in defensively in the secondary, and Young gets sacked back at his own 46-yard line by Ray Lee Johnson, a backup defensive end.
Guy who only had 1.5 sacks all year long, Ray Lee Johnson, a 2nd-year guy out of Arkansas, and there's a way to get a little pub. Sack Steve Young in the 2nd half of a Super Bowl.
You can credit that sack, too, to find coverage downfield. For once, the San Diego Chargers locked up. They locked up on a man defense, and Steve Young had no place to put it.
And you can also credit a fine move by Ray Lee Johnson. A fake to the inside and then a swing back to the outside. Nicely done.
8-yard sack, 3rd and 17. They have to get to the 36th for a first down, and they get to the 32 as the catch is made for a first down at the 32-yard line by
guess who?
Jerry Rice.
Absolutely. The Chargers went right back into their 2-man deep zone. Jerry read it beautifully coming over the middle, and Steve Young right in sync with him and hitting right in front of the in front of safety man.
I guess the key, Frank, on that defense is to make sure that everything happens in front of you, no matter how deep the pattern run by the opponent. Jerry Rice,
well, you have to know
all the room in the world
is going to go for the yardage for the first down, and that's where you lock up. You don't give him 10 yards beyond that.
Darian Gordon back into the secondary as Young scrambles and hits Taylor. A flag is down. Another broken tackle, yet another. it may all be moot. A flag is down back at the 15-yard line. John Taylor, who made the game-winning catch the last time the Super Bowl was played in this stadium following the 1988 season, and the final game coached by Bill Walsh for the 49ers. Seifert taking over the next season.
Oh, what a tough guy he is, too, Al.
7, defense, penalties declined, first down.
Dennis Gibson.
John Taylor had arthroscopic surgery in the bye week in mid-season and came back and played the next game. Never missed a game, and he's just referred to as the tough guy of this football team. Living in the shadow, and he'll play his career in the shadow of Jerry Rice and one of the great receivers in this game today, number 82.
And he's probably in better physical condition than he's been all season long.
First down at the 17-yard line. Ricky Waters picks up about 3, losing his helmet, but holding on to the football. It'll be 2nd and 7. Lee Gibson in on the stop. 49ers, and so much was made this year about the salary cap, and the salary cap in effect figured to hurt teams like the 49ers and the Cowboys with the big payrolls, but Carmen Policy to a lot of teeth gnashing, and Policy is the man on the right next to Dwight Clark in the middle.
Bill Walsh standing behind Eddie DeBartolo.
DeBartolo on the left. A lot of teeth gnashing around the league. Paul Tagliabue kept saying, hey, look, he built a better mousetrap. Flag down, and Ricky Waters is out for no gain.
They were drawn off. The Chargers had encroached on the line of scrimmage.
A lot of 49er history standing up in that booth. With Clark in the middle of one of the most famous receptions.
Number 91, defense, 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Leslie O'Neal.
And we haven't heard a lot of Leslie O'Neal, and we have not really heard a great deal of Junior Seau, the all-world middle linebacker. And what a block by Steve Wallace, who just pounds Junior Seau about 5 or 6 yards off the ball. What a block by Wallace. Where's that extra shell on his helmet because of earlier concussive problems? What a fine block by Wallace.
2nd and 3, and Ricky Waters cuts it back for the touchdown.
Steve Young raised his arm. He made the change at the line of scrimmage, read the defense, knew what he had to go to, knew the play he wanted, made the change. Touchdown 49ers. That's it. They're awesome.
They are now playing against themselves in a way. They're playing against the greatest teams in San Francisco history. That's the only question right now.
Boy, and you watch number 8 direct this offense. I asked him the question, I said, what winning the Super Bowl mean to you? And he said, it would be the pinnacle. I feel like I've been climbing a mountain over the last few years. I'd slide back about 10 or 15 feet, and then sometimes I felt like I was going to fall off that mountain. Says, if I get to the top, I will have reached the pinnacle of my career.
Well, Bart Oates at center, Derek Deese at right guard, Jesse Sapalo at left guard, Wallace at left tackle, Barton at right tackle are kicking butt right now. They've got the Chargers on the run, and Junior and his guys are on their way out.
35-10.
I'm just gonna go try these out real quick.
You can get through this.
Hi, I'm Bob.
Hi, Bob!
My girlfriend's trying on some jeans. At first, I didn't mind the waiting. And I suppose it all started when my mom would take me shopping.
Does it take you too long to find the right jeans?
I found a pair.
You'll like the way you look in Lee, the brand that fits.
Next is Lady. Exceptional sheen. Oh, very good color. Prince. Hands. Oh, such stateliness, such majesty.
Larry.
Larry! For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
The best of show? More.
You bought it, Matt. You got to handle it.
If you buy something at Circuit City, then see it advertised for less, just come back. Our low price guarantee means you'll get the difference.
Excuse me? Last week I bought this.
Plus 10% of the difference.
And today I saw this. Just open the paper and there it was.
It's that easy.
That's it?
That's it.
Cool.
Welcome to Circuit City, where service is state of the art.
Super Bowl 29, brought to you by Bud Light. Make it great taste, make it a Bud Light. And Isuzu, makers of the new Trooper Limited.
Bobby Ross just finished delivering a pretty good tongue lashing to his defensive unit. There is an awful lot of football yet to be played here. Almost 24, well, there's 24 and a half minutes left to go in this football game, and defensively, the Chargers have folded up their tent, and he's trying to get them to drive a few stakes back in the ground.
Now Andre Coleman takes the kickoff. Andre almost breaks it, brings it back out to the 37-yard line, and he's taken down there by Dana Hall. Here it was. There was Ross talking to the defense.
And granted, they are playing a sensational football team, but there's a lot at stake here for the San Diego Chargers. And obviously I'm not talking about the outcome of this ball game, but there's an embarrassment factor and a humiliation factor that none of these guys wants to be exposed to, and how they play from here on out is going to have a lot to do with how they're judged.
1st and 10 from the 36-yard line as Natron Means back in the game. Takes it out to the 40-yard line. He is stopped there by Ken Norton, who's attempting to become the first man ever to play on 3 consecutive Super Bowl winning teams, twice a Cowboy and now a 49er.
You know, one of the interesting things that happened last year to the 49ers when they lost the NFC Championship game, it meant that George Seifert was coach of the Pro Bowl team, and he went to Hawaii, and he had a long talk with Ken Norton Jr., and he talked with Ricky Jackson, he talked to Richard Dent, and all of a sudden they became 49ers. He got to know them and saw how they could fit into the 49ers scheme of things.
2nd down and 6, and the catch is made by Alfred Papuno. A great catch, skirting the sideline, out of bounds at the 36-yard line.
Papuno, the hero of the Pittsburgh Steelers game with his 43-yard touchdown reception, and they like to hide him and then kind of leak him out.
You know what's kind of been lost in this game is how well I think Stan Humphries is throwing the football.
That has been thrown better.
No, that's just perfect. And he has thrown the ball well. He's put the ball on the hands of a lot of receivers, and the balls have been dropped.
A couple of critical drops. Yeah. He's going to put it back in the game. Natron Means picks up 3 to the 33-yard line. He's tackled there by Norton.
I don't mean to demean anyone, but Sean Jefferson and Mark Say and Dwayne Young are not John Taylor, Jerry Rice, and Brent Jones. And this man has got a tremendous arm. He's got a great heart. Bobby Beathard's draft picks for the Washington Redskins got him, I think, in the 4th round or 3rd round several years ago, and traded for him in '92. And he will be a good quarterback for the Chargers for a long time to come.
A couple old Saints locked up here, Stan Brock and Ricky Jackson.
2nd and 7. Humphries guns one, and that's incomplete at the 25-yard line, a little bit behind Mark Say. You know, you were talking about the receivers not being comparable to the 49ers, Frank. That was one of the questions about the Chargers coming into the year as well. Anthony Miller was their leading receiver last year, and a good one. He opted to go to Denver. They lost their leading receiver and their leading rusher, Marion Butts. Both left, and this team winds up going to the Super Bowl.
Mark Say had not caught an NFL pass. The wide receiver for the San Diego Chargers. And this year, he caught 58.
3rd down and 7. Good protection. He guns it to the 27, and it's incomplete. And again, a drop ball. Sean Jefferson hit as the ball gets there, and it's 4th down.
Now, we talked about a 4-down series when you're 35-10, even in the halfway through the 3rd quarter. Even though you need 6 yards, you're going to go for it. 7 yards, whatever it is, you're going to go. And good hit by another Pro Bowl bound 49er, Tim McDonald.
4th and 7, down by 25. They go for it as Humphries takes a deep drop. and then throws incomplete, but a flag comes down. 2 receivers and 2 defenders in the area.
Martin is saying is Eric Davis pushing off him.
Well, Eric Davis is the guy that nearly intercepted the ball.
49ers are saying we'll decline
Pass
this
interference.
offense.
Number 82, offense. Penalties declined. First down.
That's Mark Say, and the Charger wide receivers are taking turns being involved in plays that are not helping their ball club. How's that for being diplomatic?
That's not the best I've heard in a long time.
You're going back to the UN. 7:25 left in the third. 35-10, 49ers.
Every year, the people of North Africa bear witness to the most grueling test of man and machine, the Paris-Dakar Rally.
Snip's dead.
Last year, we took first place in the marathon class. And what we learned, we put into this year's model.
Just second moves.
The differences are subtle, but if you look closely, we think you'll notice. Introducing the Trooper Limited from Isuzu.
We're here in the desert near the border, where only hours ago, mysterious lights were first
Roger. Tracking lights over the city. Turning 350 degrees. This is amazing.
Football's best work all season toward 2 goals: to win this trophy and to play in the AFC-NFC Pro Bowl next Sunday on ABC.
Here is the 4th down play. Mark Say is number 82. Watch his left hand here and how he gets it on the face mask. You see it on the face mask there of Tyrone Drakeford, and that's what really draws the attention of the officials. Granted, Drakeford has his arms wrapped around him as well, but it was, I think, the fact that Say led with his arms first and then got the left hand up on the face mask that brought that flag.
And William Floyd is the recipient of this Steve Young pass for a 9-yard gain. Meanwhile, you saw Ross, how angry he was before. How about Natron Means while we were away for a commercial? Here was his act.
And just keep in mind, this is a 22-year-old youngster who obviously has got a lot of spirit, a lot of pride, and he is chewing on some pretty big people.
Well, those are the rest of his offensive teammates, and frustration is certainly going to boil over with the Chargers. They are not in a spot that anybody would want to be in right now.
2nd and 1 at the 43.
Whoa.
Floyd close to a first. You know, the Chargers came in a situation, a lot of teams who get to big games, whether it's the Stanley Cup Finals, World Series, or the Super Bowl, and are not expected to be there. Everybody says, well, isn't it good enough? I mean, isn't it good enough to be? And you try to convince yourself, no, it's not. But then in retrospect, you begin to think in the offseason, you know what? We were just happy to be there.
Yep. Well, it's how you start the season. The San Francisco 49ers started the season, and in their mind, the end of their successful season was winning this game. I don't think the San Diego Chargers looked that far ahead. Nor should they have, because it's just, that would have been really naive and I think a little over-realistic on their part.
And you talk about how they start the season. They started with 6 straight wins, and they actually went 5-5 for the remainder of the season.
Yep. And meanwhile, the NFC now is working on 11 consecutive Super Bowl victories, the majority of them very convincing.
And looking at a season in 1995, the regular season this fall, where you still have San Francisco and Dallas as the dominant teams in the league. Young wrapped up at the 40-yard line. Junior Seau.
Which, you know, Al, you mentioned Dallas and San Francisco. You know, there are people out there who say it's time to abandon the conference matchup in the Super Bowl and go to some sort of a seeding system where you seed the teams. If 12 are in the playoffs, you seed them 1 through 12. And obviously this year, I think it would have been a no-brainer that Dallas and San Francisco would have been the number 1 and number 2 seeds in opposite brackets.
3rd down and 14.
Don't look for it coming to the NFL anytime soon.
Young throwing, and everybody looking for a flag. And when Jerry Rice turns around like that, it's a guaranteed flag.
And
that's Darian Gordon.
He's grabbing the receiver, Jerry Rice. Rice trying to run a fly, and Steve Young trying to get in between the zone. And Darian Gordon suspected he might, and he grabbed him.
Defense, first down.
Here he is on the outside. Actually, he's locked up man for man. You can't touch him after 5 yards.
Can't do it. Just can't do it, no matter how much you want to. No matter how much you need to. You just can't.
22-yard penalty. 5:41 left in the 3rd. San Francisco leading 35-10. First down 49ers at the 38-yard line. Singleton in motion. Waters swinging to the outside, and the rookie picks up a first down. Derek Deese with the block. Darren Carrington with the tackle.
You know, Derek Deese has been so much for these 49ers. They struggled in the early part of the season. And one of the main reasons they had so many of their offensive linemen who were hurt. And Tam went down. Derek Deese came off the bench and has filled in ever since the 2nd game.
Good lead block on this play by Derek Deese, the right guard. And one of the things the 49ers as an offensive line do so well is that they get their linemen out in front of plays that are around the corner, outside the perimeter of where you would think offensive linemen in today's game can get to. That's how well these guys run.
Here's Waters, and he's taken down by Sean Lee.
Well, they don't have anyone that starts in that offensive line over 280 pounds. Harris Barton may be right around there, but they are quick, and they get in, and they tie up the legs and make things happen.
They had a good look there at Ralph Tam, who actually was the starter at right guard this year and nursed a foot injury that caused him to miss most of the season. A question will be Bart Oates and his future with the 49ers, and if he comes back to this team next year, and what kind of shuffling happens around the inside of that line. Sapola moved from center to guard and made the Pro Bowl in another position.
2nd and 10. Young on the run. Steps out of bounds at the 12-yard line. A first down.
And if Bart Oates is on his way to another Pro Bowl.
And he's on his way to getting his 3rd Super Bowl ring.
Well, like any
picked up a pair with the New York Giants.
Like a lot of teams, they'll have to do some retooling, but they're in pretty good shape. A lot of guys with long-term contracts, and they're all set. Oates, of course, one of those fellas who's at an age where, you know, you begin to wonder, do we look for a replacement for him?
Well, and also Bart is one of those guys that you don't know if he's going to continue to play because he has a lot of options. He's a lawyer and
practices law, lives in New Jersey. He's got a lovely family, and you don't know what he's going to do.
Here's Waters. And he's taken out of bounds.
Takes a shot at Darian Gordon.
Seau helping to escort him. He's trying to become the first man, could become the first man in history to score 4 touchdowns in a Super Bowl game. Roger Craig scored 3 against Miami in Super Bowl 19, and then Jerry Rice in Super Bowl 24 with 3, and Waters tonight.
On that graphic, I think we should use Roman numerals instead of the 3s over there. We got all the Roman numerals on the left. I think we need some Roman numerals over there on the right.
Oh, man.
This is the Super Bowl. Only Roman numerals are acceptable here.
Dexter Carter comes in. He too works well out of the backfield as a receiver, coming in for Ricky Waters.
Young on 2nd and 13. John Taylor gets hit by Gordon as the pass comes into his territory. Ray Lee Johnson, who had the sack earlier, decking Young.
And one of the few times tonight that this man, Steve Young, has been pressured.
We've seen, I think it's about the only time tonight that we have seen both the quarterback and the receiver dropped on the same play.
And the 49ers are going to take a timeout with a 3rd and 13 upcoming. 3:25 left in the third. The 49ers 35 and the Chargers 10.
Welcome to the big game, and today's favorite takes the field. Leading the league in carries. Unbelievable. I'll say it again. You just can't win without a strong defense. Man, I'm here to tell you, impressive running game out there. The new Ford Explorer, far and away the best the world has to offer. Look at that. Perfect field position.
Now, an oil made just for your hard-working engine. 4x4 from Quaker State. Off-roading, extreme temperatures, towing and hauling. They all make your light truck or 4x4 work extra hard and could shorten its life. Why settle for a conventional car oil? Get 4x4 from Quaker State.
Now, an independent test showed 4x4 superior to leading conventional car oils in protecting against deposits that can shorten engine life.
Good morning, guys.
Just when you think your diarrhea medicine is working.
Oh, boy. What's wrong?
It can let you down. But you can count on Imodium AD to stop diarrhea, often in just one dose, instead of dose after dose, more than a third of a bottle of the pink stuff. And Imodium AD is even better than the leading prescription.
I told you we should have stopped for Imodium AD.
Imodium AD, one dose relief you can count on.
Hey, Deion Sanders, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Hey, prime time to be at the American Music Awards, and you know it's all good. Hey.
The American Music Awards live tomorrow here on ABC.
And then after you see Deion tomorrow, you'll see him next Sunday, a week from tonight, 6 o'clock Eastern Time, 3 Pacific. We'll be in Honolulu for the Pro Bowl. And then in 2 weeks, the State Farm U.S. Figure Skating Championships on ABC's Wide World of Sports. Both daytime and nighttime on the 11th of February.
4:30 and 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir. 10 49ers will be in the Pro Bowl next Sunday. It's 3rd and 13 at the 15 after the timeout. Young throws. Jerry Rice. Touchdown. What a pair.
Jerry landed awkwardly in the end zone. He looked like he took a shot on the left side again when he went down.
From Sean Van Horst.
Yeah.
Jerry Rice just taking it downfield, planting and driving off the left foot. Steve Young drilling it in. I
think Steve Young walking around, he's a human exclamation point with that score that puts the 49ers into the 40s.
On their way to 49, because they'll have 42 in a second.
6 Super Bowl touchdown receptions for Rice. Is that correct, Al?
Jerry Rice, most ever. Yep. Doug Ryan for the point after.
And 5 Lombardi trophies will belong to the 49ers, more than anybody else.
Steve Young is now 22 of 30 for 316 yards and 5 touchdown passes. Rice, 9 receptions.
And if you're wondering, 0 interceptions.
Steve Young on his way to a rating of about 300.
Look at this move, right behind a little move behind another receiver. And again, Richard playing deep in the end zone. That's not a good way to get into the coverage.
You know, Jerry started to glide a little bit there when he went into the end zone. He actually started to slow down and took kind of an awkward shot. Right here, I think Jerry's just not going all out and lands a little bit awkwardly.
The 49ers, it's a familiar scene. A lot of celebrating going on the bench well before games have been over. All during the regular season. And of course, you know, the stories you've read and heard so much through the years in the shadow of Joe Montana. Steve Young finally emerging now and on his way tying a Super Bowl record set by Joe in Super Bowl 24. That was the game in New Orleans where they destroyed the Denver Broncos 55-10.
He eclipsed a couple of other Montana season records for the 49ers. He had 70.3 completions on the year. He had a rating of 112.8.
I'm glad Jerry Rice has scored in this ball game because he is in many ways the heart and soul of this football team. in the way he works, the way he approaches practice. He, I think, as much as anybody, if not more than anybody, personifies the San Francisco 49ers.
Here's Andre Coleman taking off. He gets by the kicker, Bryan. He's being chased by Toy Cook. And Andre Coleman, traced down by Drakeford, scores a touchdown. 98 yards for Coleman.
Well, we knew they had special team explosiveness demonstrated there by Coleman, who didn't even have to break a tackle, did he? I'm not sure a 49er ever touched him.
That's Andre Coleman, not Darian Gordon, who has returned kicks for touchdowns this year for the San Diego Chargers.
Remember the last time these two teams played, Doug Bryan made a sliding whiplash kick tackle. He's confronted right here.
But forget it.
Went the conventional way and didn't get it done.
Coleman returned 2 kickoffs for touchdowns this season. That ties a Super Bowl record. Fulton Walker of Miami against Washington in 1983, 98 yards for a touchdown. And the Chargers, who are now down 42-16, will line up for 2. So another Super Bowl first time a 2-point conversion has ever been attempted. And Humphreys throws, and let it be duly noted that Mark Say caught a Humphreys pass for a deuce.
Goes in the record books.
Yep. To make it 42-18.
And really, when you stop and think about it, a very quick pattern over the middle right here. Stan just makes the read and throw. Again, another fine throw by Stan Humphreys. But you know what's really symbolic here is, and very critical to the outcome of this, they're down to 24 points, which, as you know, is 3 touchdowns and 3 two-point conversions. Chargers only 3 scores behind right now.
Right. We have, speaking of Fulton Walker and the mark that was tied by Coleman, you can compare the 2 runs. The run here by Coleman and this one taking place in the Miami-Washington Super Bowl in 1983. Super Bowl 17. The Dolphin getting loose down the left sideline. A game played at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. He is now joined by Andre Coleman in the record book.
What an exciting play that is with the new rule this year. And we saw so many more of them return for touchdowns and big yardage.
Well, the new rules have generally been extremely well received. Scoring a little bit up. That's what the league wanted. And again, they didn't want to revamp the game.
No.
You wanted to tweak it, and that's exactly what they did.
Didn't get any gross exaggerations. They got what they looked for, and again, particularly on the kick return.
Well, the kickoff return, in my mind, has always been one of the more exciting plays of the game, and anything you can do to incorporate more of them into a ball game, why not?
Well, John Carney to kick off. 49ers have 5 men up 10 yards from the line of scrimmage just in case. But he sends it down to the 19-yard line. And it is taken there by Dexter Carter, who goes down at the 27. Well, Steve Young already 5 touchdown passes. And here he comes with almost 18 minutes remaining in the game. And here is one of the marks he'll attempt to eclipse. Joe Montana in the game in George Seifert's rookie year as a head coach in the Superdome against Denver. Biggest rout in Super Bowl history. There was one of the touchdown tosses to John Taylor as the 49ers won their 4th Super Bowl.
Jones and Taylor still right here.
Didn't they ring the bell 55 times?
They did, to 10. Young throws underneath, and John Taylor can't hold on. Briggs was covering, and Steve Young, who was shaken up on the last series, is bringing his right elbow and wrist.
Grabbing the right forearm. Of course, you know, he's left-handed. That's his non-throwing arm, but still, he's got a little blood there, a little scrape on the right on the wrist. Let's see if we can see anything here.
I think it happened before. No,
oh, there it is.
Right there.
A helmet right on the outside of his hand, right at the wrist area.
2nd and 10 at the 28-yard line. And Steve gets taken down, and again it is Ray Lee Johnson.
Ray Lee, number 2.
More than he had the entire regular season.
Just a second-year guy gets his 2nd sack. Of course, that's a sack that comes about because Steve doesn't find anything downfield, tries to move. Looks like he's about to take off again. He's flushed from the pocket in one direction, and good work by the front 4 of the Chargers.
3rd down and 13 at the 25-yard line. 49ers on top, 42-18. Young throws. Waters makes the catch, and he is tackled. Coming up to make the stop, the rookie Willie Clark. Well, at least the Chargers have a mini pulse right now.
And the crowd is getting into it. Super Bowl crowds are kind of different. You don't have a hometown crowd to come up with the big noise for you. People travel from all over, many of them, of course, from California with the 2 California teams, but it is a different crowd, just not the same volume. Fine open field tackle by the rookie from Notre Dame, a 3rd-round pick this year.
Klaus Wilmsmeyer, his 2nd punt of the game.
And Darian Gordon is one of the more accomplished punt return men in the NFL.
He's run 2 back for touchdowns this season.
He can make something happen.
190 and 175 yards.
Fair catch is called for and made at the 28-yard line. So Wilmsmeyer does his job, a 44-yard boot and no return with 1:22 left in the 3rd. And a shot of downtown Miami. It's about 15 miles from here. Half hour without any traffic. An hour and a half tonight.
Quite a city, too. Came back from the hurricane disaster of a few years ago, and all South Florida areas. The South Beach has turned into a real mecca for people, a tourist attraction. The whole Miami Beach area beginning to get rejuvenated.
Well, here are the Chargers at the 28-yard line, 1st and 10. And it's incomplete as he throws into double coverage. Hanks was there along with McDonald on a pass intended for Sean Jefferson. 2nd down.
Once again, there, I'm sure with the temptation on the part of Stan Humphries to try to go deep to Tony Martin, who was locked up one-on-one on Deion Sanders. And again, what Sanders will do for you, you can leave him on man-for-man coverage, and he's going to lock up again on Martin. And you get to roll the other way and double cover both the tight end and the wide receiver. He lets you do a lot of things, Deion Sanders.
49ers with a 4-1-6 defense, 6 defensive backs here. And the catch was made by Sean Jefferson up at the 34-yard line, tackled by Eric Davis.
Once again, Sanders one-on-one on Tony Martin, but Humphries doesn't go there. He knew it was single coverage. He came to the opposite side of the field, and there was double coverage on Jefferson.
3rd and 4. And the catch is made by Alfred Papuno, but he is stopped at the 37-yard line by Tyrone Drakeford. And is a little short of the 1st down.
Boy, that was a good hit by Drakeford on a much bigger man. Papuno, 265 pounds. Drakeford, a svelte 185. That was a good, hard hit.
And the Chargers will go for it here. 4th and 1. They have to. With only 25 seconds left in the 3rd. 42-18. They're trying to stay in the game, but they have to convert right here. Natron Means is the tailback. They give it to him. Nothing there, so he has to come back the other way. Humphries blocks McDonald, but then Hanks comes up from the secondary, and Means is taken down.
And you credit all of that to Tyrone Drakeford and the hit he puts on Alfred Papuno, bringing up this 4th down. Now, that was a play where everybody in the 49er defense was involved, but it never comes about if it's not for Drakeford's hit on Papuno.
And Merton Hanks, as Means tried to swing it out to the left. There's what a good blow delivered there by Lee Woodall, one of the rookie starters that we talked about. Now watch Hanks playing it so well.
Lee Woodall, you named him, Frank. Excellent shedding of the block at the point of attack.
Yep. he broke the play up, did Woodall, because that's where Means wanted to go, and after that it was all improvisation. 8 seconds to go in the quarter, and it is knocked down by Leslie O'Neal, intended for Ted Popson.
Now that would have been fun if Leslie would have caught that. That'd have been a one-on-one with Leslie and Steve Young. That's a play where O'Neal's not blocked. He's left alone on the backside. It's up to the quarterback to get it past him. Leslie O'Neal, one of the fine defensive ends in the game, had none of it.
Steve Young comes into the huddle now and he looks around. I think probably with Mike Shanahan he's talked to. He said, who haven't we got into this game tonight? Let's get him into it.
2nd and 10 at the 32-yard line. Ricky Waters straight outside and is out of bounds, a little short of the first down as time expires in the third quarter. End of 3. San Francisco 42, San Diego 18. Back with the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl. After this word from our ABC stations.
Tuesday, when you need help.
U.S. Marshal, you're under arrest.
You call a cop. When the cops need help, they call Winston McBride. Jeff Fahey is Winston McBride. The Marshal, special preview Tuesday at 10/9 Central here on ABC. Money, sex, murder. Some people just can't get enough. Dennis Franz, Heather Locklear. Texas Justice coming in February to ABC.
It's not the instrument. It's who's playing it. It's not the club, it's who swings it. It's not just the phone, it's the people who make it ring. It's the people who are always there for you. It's the people at GTE MobileNet. More than cellular phones, cellular service. Please let us know how we can serve you.
If you want to get away from it all, there's only one place to go, Squaw Valley, USA. And your Ford dealer has 2 great minivans to get you there, Windstar and Aerostar. Whether you choose the traction of the front-wheel drive Ford Windstar at $339 a month for 24 months, or the powerful rear-wheel drive Aerostar at $299 a month, you can handle whatever the slopes throw at you, both with lease rates that are easy to handle. Now's the time to get away in a new minivan from Ford. See your local Ford dealer today, ski Squaw Valley tomorrow, and prepare to be impressed.
Carol and Tyler, tonight on Channel 7 News at 11.
Super Bowl 29, brought to you by Honda, who invites you to test drive the new Odyssey, the Honda of minivans. Tylenol extended relief, strong relief right away, strong relief the whole day. The Pepsi-Cola Company, who reminds you that nothing else is a Pepsi. And Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth.
Dan Marino.
Fourth quarter of the Super Bowl from Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami. The San Francisco 49ers 15 minutes away from an unprecedented 5th Super Bowl win. 3rd down and 2 as play begins in the fourth quarter. Steve Young, who's already thrown 5 touchdown passes, gives the ball to Ricky Waters inside the 20 and out of bounds at the 11-yard line.
So typical of the way that the evening has gone for San Diego. You see Junior Seau, who comes on an inside blitz, and Ricky Waters takes it to the outside. This
very familiar looking play, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it's typical of what's happened all night tonight. San Francisco has just literally had their way with San Diego any which way they wanted to.
They have one problem you pointed out already. They're a little fatigued. It's very humid here. It's about 80 degrees at the start of the game. And with the 49ers, they do a lot of pulling. Their offensive line, it's hard work tonight.
I'll guarantee you that San Diego is a lot more tired right now than it's San Francisco.
They're going to feel it a lot more. You know that.
Ricky Waters picks up about 4. Well, you know, we opened up our Monday night schedule this year with the 49ers against the Raiders, and everybody thought the Raiders were maybe the best team in the AFC, certainly one of the 2 or 3 best. The Niners looked fabulous that night. Hit a bump the next week losing to Kansas City, and then, you know, again, that crazy game against Philadelphia. But outside of that, they have been on an incredible roll this year.
And we talked earlier, the next week coming back and winning 27-21 against Detroit after being down by 14, and they never looked back since then.
Young to Rice, and that's incomplete against Steve Young with a 6 touchdown pass. if it happens, would be the first in history to accomplish that, and that would really be the exclamation mark to this incredible season for him. And George Seifert looking for his second Super Bowl title.
I think after that pass, George Seifert is incredulous.
Yeah.
That actually was a poor throw by Steve Young.
Super Bowl.
Maybe I should give him the hook.
Yeah. It's bigger and bigger, doesn't it? Over 170 countries looking in tonight, many of them broadcasting in their own language. And it's like a Tower of Babel almost up here as we walk along the press box with the foreign languages that are broadcasting being here.
Rice making the catch, stretching and reaching, touchdown San Francisco. A clinic.
And I think Jerry is saying, don't haul me up yet. There he is. Good. I thought for a minute that he was a little banged up.
The slant.
And I believe
we've seen that.
That's the record for Steve Young. That's 5 touchdown passes in this game, breaking the record of Joe Montana in the Super Bowl. Wow. What do you say?
Look at the little move to the outside, so familiar. Breaking it back to the inside. Steve Young right there with the football. Dwayne Harper, the victim.
Oh, that's a beautiful look, guys. Beautiful look. Spiral on the ball, down low. Harper has no play on it whatsoever. Rice, a big receiver. You know, it just doesn't... These guys make touchdown passes, and scoring at this pace just look, again, so routine and so ordinary. That's such a mark of brilliance.
Has a ring to it. 49ers 49, San Diego 18.
One among me who is a man! The right equipment makes the difference.
To get a complete aerobic and muscle building workout, you could run and lift weights and cycle and climb stairs and lift weights and cycle and lift weights and climb stairs and cycle. Or you could just lay back and relax. Introducing the SoloFlex Rocket, a total fitness machine that gives you an aerobic workout and builds muscle at the same time. And you can own it for less than you'd imagine. Call now for a free video and brochure.
Hey, you enjoying the big game? I sure am, but I'm really looking forward to heading to Hawaii to play in the AFC NFC Pro Bowl next Sunday here on ABC Sports.
You know, for a great player, this is tough to take. And Junior Seau is a great football player.
Yes, sir.
One of the best to ever play that position. Almost literally taken out of tonight's game.
Ryan kicks off, fielded up at the 13-yard line. Here's Coleman, who's already run one back 98 for a touchdown. Out to the 38-yard line. He's tackled there by Adam Walker.
Elvis Gerbach is warming up on the 49ers sideline. You have to wonder if Steve Young and his assault, that's his season, and those are numbers that look like an average game for Steve Young. Steve doing some heavy fan action over on the sidelines. And normally when a QB dons the old baseball cap, it's looking like his night is over.
From the 38-yard line, Humphreys throws. Ronnie Harmon makes the catch. And he's tackled there by Eric Davis. So the 49ers, 5 Super Bowl victories after tonight in 5 appearances. Twice they beat it in Cincinnati. Once they took care of Miami. Once Denver. And now on their way to disposing of San Diego as Humphreys throws incomplete.
Fine coverage once again. Stan Humphries having time to throw the ball, and does good coverage downfield.
Well, one of the things we promised Dwight Clark, Al, down on the field before the game was that we would compare this edition of the San Francisco 49ers to some of those great ones back in the early and mid 80s that he played on. And of course, it's all speculative, but wow, what a collection this group here is.
Pretty tough. 3rd down and 5. And the catch is made up at the 49-yard line. It should be a first down with forward progress. Ronnie Harmon. Most people, I think, feel of all the teams, the 84 team.
That was the 18-1 team.
Right. They lost to Pittsburgh in the regular season, rolled through the playoffs. There it is, most points in one postseason. The Niners have just eclipsed that mark. Their 89 team with 126, and Dallas in 92 is 3rd. Humphries airs it out and out of bounds. Sean Jefferson couldn't hold it, and he was out anyway.
And Humphries is down and having a hard time getting up. Ankle or knee, having on his left leg.
Oh, look at.
He's still trying to get a huddle so he can get a play called. They've called timeout.
Terry Markwright calling an official's timeout, and that means we're going to see Gail Gilbert, a guy who has been to the Super Bowl now 5 consecutive years. He was the number 3 quarterback at Buffalo the last 4 years.
Which means the result is the same.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, he got stretched out.
Yeah, there you can see that's Bryant Young rolling up the back of the legs of Stan Humphries. And when Stan Humphries leaves a football game, you know he is hurt. This guy has a pain threshold that eclipses most normal human beings. This is a tough guy.
One of the key game for the Chargers early on this year, he went out with a sprained knee, and they were down by 10 points, and he came back in the next series and brought them back to a win over the Raiders.
And he also only missed 1 game after having surgery done on his left elbow. So here is Gail Gilbert, 2nd down and 10 at the 50-yard line, 12:34 remaining. 49-18 49ers. And Dan, we started to talk about that 84 team generally recognized as the best until now.
Gail Gilbert, only 3 starts in an NFL career that's spanned 9 years. Most of them behind Jim Kelly and Frank Reich. Buffalo.
Gilbert starts to slip, but what a way to begin. Takes it down to the 43-yard line on an improvisation move, working on Humphries. Steve Young and Jerry Rice keynoting this team. The 84 team, of course, with Montana. The emerging Roger Craig.
Ronnie Lott.
Clark. Yep, Ronnie Lott. 3rd down and 3. Say, pushed out of bounds. Their other championship, their first one was one that came out of nowhere in Bill Walsh's 3rd year to beat Cincinnati. Then the 84 team. The 88 team was an interesting team. They were 6-5 at one point that season, but roared at the end and won. And the 89 team was Seifert's first year, and they destroyed the Broncos in the Super Bowl. And the 90 team was a great team as well. They came within a Roger Craig fumble and a Matt Barr field goal of going to a Super Bowl. Instead, it was the Giants who went on to beat Buffalo.
None of them were chopped liver.
No. Harmon.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Nice little piece of athleticism there by Tyrone Drakeford. He did a nice job of keeping Harmon on his feet and then letting go at the last minute and tap dancing right over the top of the bench. Don't try that in your living room.
Very interesting.
Unless you're Edwin Moses.
There it is again.
Watch Drakeford go over the top of that thing.
Good move.
I guess.
I have to say, I find it interesting that they have not gone at Deion Sanders as they said they would all week long. They avoided him with the exception of a couple of plays in the first quarter.
2nd and 10, flags all over the joint.
Well, there were multiple 49ers on San Diego's side of the ball.
Sort of a weird alignment. If you look at the Chargers, the way they lined up, I think they might have had 1 guy on the line of scrimmage.
Offside, number 92, defense. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
They were in kind of a rainbow formation.
They were.
Things change so dramatically. When you take your regular quarterback who takes all the snaps in practice and has played in all the games, you take him out of there, and there's your rainbow.
I don't think Jerry Markwright and the boys have, I don't think they have the heart to throw many flags at San Diego right now.
Remember, you need at least 7 guys on the line of scrimmage. Here's Harmon taking it down to the 10-yard line. Tackled by McDonald.
Johnny Harmon, born in Bayside, Queens in New York, and still lives there. One of the fine receivers out of the backfield in the NFL.
58 this season, but geez, the 2 previous seasons he had 73 and 79 catches.
Humphreys throws. Harmon's brother Derek, as he's out of bounds, the play is dead at the 7. His brother Derek played for the 49ers. Ahmed, 1984 team.
Super Bowl, right?
The amazing thing about the 49ers through this stretch, going back to, let's say, 1981, their first Super Bowl winning team, is only once over that period have they been out of contention, and that was in '82, the strike season, when they finished 3-6. In every other season, they have either been in the playoffs or right there. Gilbert throws, and at the goal line, it is Tyrone Drakefield's breaking it up, intended for Alfred Pafuna.
Drakefield's had himself quite a football game. 2nd-round pick this year, a rookie out of Virginia Tech.
Been around the football tonight, hasn't it?
Yes.
Guy you wouldn't expect. A good look at the natron bomb.
You don't mean that he bombed, did it?
No.
That's what they call it.
No, that's what they call it.
3rd down and 6 from the 7-yard line. Gilbert throws, and that's broken up. And they come out of everywhere. Here's Dion.
That's about the only thing missing tonight is Dion taking one of those guys and going about 95 yards with it.
Dion, just with a little mini dance step, a couple of mincing steps right there.
Charles Mincy?
He's had a pretty good play on this. Read it well. Quickly he closes.
And that's what's extraordinary. Don't be confused about that right hand across to the back. That was
holding
in after the, I think that was after the play. Frank. I'll finish my own sentences, thank you.
4th down and 6. And Gilbert flips one, and that is picked up, and why not? What's a Super Bowl without a Deion Sanders interception? And then Ronnie Harmon comes in and bangs into the turf at the 11-yard line.
Oh, and Ronnie Harmon is barking at him also.
Well, that's one way for Deion to get hit. That's
Deion saying, take a look at this on the replay, man.
No, Deion's saying, take a look at the scoreboard. I know exactly what he's saying.
9:41 left.
You want to talk about deals? You just sit yourself down. Now, real deal, it calls to you. Do you hear that? See, Burger King's got this burger. It's a thing of beauty. The Whopper. Hello, Betty. A big hunk of flame-broiled beef, fully loaded with all the trimmings. They add a drink, throw in some fries. That's not just a deal, son. That's a meal. Surely old Burger King never gets into the car business. Guess I'm working too close to the bone.
Burger King, get your burgers worth.
At last, satellite television has come down to Earth with PrimeStar. PrimeStar offers you a wealth of family entertainment, pro and college sports, the latest hit movies, all with digital quality picture and sound. Best of all, you don't have to buy the dish. PrimeStar is a service, so you get great programming, the use of all equipment, even maintenance, all starting at about $1 a day. All you have to do is call 1-800-PRIME-STAR.
Courtney Hall, the offensive quarterback of the offensive line. He got a pretty good pop on Dion. Number 53 did. Funk.
Ronnie Harmon in there as well, and then Courtney Hall finishes it up on top.
And Dion points out to Ronnie, look at the scoreboard.
Not
Ronnie.
Being a very good sportsman is Deion Sanders. That's the ultimate cruel cut on the field, is telling your opponent to take a look at the scoreboard.
Here's William Floyd taking it to the 20. William Floyd trying to become the first guy to play on a national championship team and then start for a Super Bowl winner in back-to-back years since Tony Dorsett, who played at Pitt and then went to the Super Bowl as a starter in his rookie season with the Cowboys.
He just fits so well into this 49er attack. He's a superb blocker, really a gifted blocker, but more than that, he can run the football, and Jerry Rice is going to come off. He is going to get an ovation.
I think what Seifert's going to do is bring out his guys one by one, if he can, and let them hear it from the crowd.
Again, this is a Super Bowl crowd. It's different than it would be.
Here's Floyd
in San Francisco,
taking it up to the 26-yard line.
Yeah, and he'll do it to Steve Young here before long.
Timeout is whistled by Jerry Markbright as Reuben Davis is injured. And they work on him on the field. The Goodyear blimp Stars and Stripes is hovering above Joe Robbie Stadium. The Super Bowl 29 winds down, and it's a coronation of the San Francisco 49ers on a night when Steve Young has a fabulous night, Jerry Rice a fabulous night, Ricky Waters and all the rest.
If you take those numbers and factor in Jerry's game back in December against the Chargers, where he had 12 receptions for 140 something.
He's got a mile.
Three Super Bowls, 28 receptions, 512 yards, 7 touchdowns.
I think the Chargers have seen enough of this guy. He made 12 catches against them in the regular season meeting in San Diego, and then 10 tonight. And we will see Jerry next Sunday, as Jerry Rice will be the recipient of one of those. And it will be the third such ring for maybe the best receiver of all time. Steve Young, at the age of 33, capping his brilliant season. Steve, the backup to Montana, so he has a couple of rings. In fact, Young did play in the Super Bowl following the '89 season. But it's a little different tonight.
Yes, sir.
Reuben Davis assisted from the field. It is 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line. And they give it to Floyd. Tackled by David Griggs.
You look at the 49ers, and so much has been made of George Seifert and Carmen Policy and Eddie DeBartolo and their handling of free agency. How about the way they've handled their draft? You think about this as a team built of just free agents, but to think that they have 3 rookie starters on this football team, when you think of Rice, John Taylor, who's getting to come out of the game, Steve Young, and all of these veterans, but 3 rookie starters, all highly productive, and William Floyd, Bryant Young, and Lee Woodall. It's a perfect meld of youth, of veterans, of high-priced and high-profile free agents, and this is one of the best marriages of talent I have ever seen.
And not a bad run of luck either. Lee Woodall was drafted as a safety out of Westchester State.
And now here's
Deion comes in on offense.
Here we go.
If they go to him, and one of the things they worked on is
what do you think?
Work out of a slot.
Yeah, what do you think Bobby Ross's opinion is of this right about now? I bet you his blood pressure just went up a few.
It's 3rd and 13. Sanders was... They got to go deep to Deion. And he's double covered and is incomplete at the 38-yard line.
He went by Darian Gordon like Gordon was going backwards.
Stanley Richard, though, roaming free safety, had that spotted all the way.
But look at Gordon. Gordon just lets him go. Right here, Dion is 4 yards downfield from Darian Gordon.
Richard coming over had the inside coverage and Gordon the outside, but Richard really got separated from Gordon.
What? Richard got there before the ball. He timed that pretty well, but he actually hit Dion before the football arrived.
They're not going to let Dion come down there all alone.
Wilms-Myers punt, dropped by Gordon, fumbled again, the ball is loose, and the Chargers are able to recover at the 28-yard line. Lewis Bush with the recovery. Well, Dion said, I signed with the 49ers because I wanted to get a chance to go to the Super Bowl and win it. And he's going to do just that.
That's, well, showed a little mercy against San Diego.
Here's why the Saches are another Tylenol Extended Relief family.
When my back hurts, nothing works right. Finish work, ride home, that's all I could do. Now when I hear Daddy's home, I smile. I get relief that lasts.
Now Skip uses Tylenol Extended Relief with this unique bi-layer caplet. One layer of strong relief to attack the pain quickly, and one layer to make sure that strong relief lasts.
This is the way every day should end.
Tylenol Extended Relief. Strong relief right away, strong relief the whole day.
Tuesday, the Pigskin Party continues.
I can fix this.
See how the Taylors enjoy the Super Bowl.
Touchdown! Who needs a big screen TV, huh?
It's Home Improvement. Then Grace meets a super guy.
You know, I think it's high time we took our relationship to the next level.
Here? Now?
Grace Under Fire after Home Improvement Tuesday on ABC.
The 22nd Annual American Music Awards comes your way tomorrow here on ABC. Great performances by a lot of stars, and an award to be presented by Deion Sanders, who will make his way to L.A. and then on to Hawaii for the Pro Bowl next week. You know, we were talking about the Niners and keeping their team together, and they have a lot of their key people under contract. Sanders signed a one-year deal. Carmen Policy said, we want to keep him, and he wants us to find a way to keep him next year. He loves the Bay Area. His endorsements are worth more if he plays with the 49ers. He could be back. Harmon. And one way they may keep him is to keep him interested in getting in occasionally on offense, as he did just there before the break.
Well, you have to wonder about it at this state of this game, 49-10, but maybe they would take a look at it. And,
so, Al, you're insinuating that that's a dangling of the carrot by George Seifert?
The 49ers love to dangle a lot of carrots.
They got a lot of carrots.
Yeah, they have a lot of carrots on those rings, I'll tell you that. Second down and 10 at the 28-yard line. Humphreys back in. Humphreys going deep, and that's picked off by Toy Cook, the former Saint.
Boy, did he time that beautifully.
28-yard line.
Beautifully timed by the veteran from Stanford. Free agent from New Orleans. And, well, we could use a little less of this.
Well, 7 years you toil in New Orleans, and here you get your shot at the big brass ring, and I'm not going to blame Toy Cook for being a little over exuberant, and it's a pretty nice play, and this is a guy 7 years down there, 1 year here in San Francisco. He's got a little to let loose. Go ahead. Blow it off.
I just kind of like what Steve Young did. 6 touchdown passes, and he handled it kind of gracefully. Rice, 149 yards, 10 receptions, 3 touchdowns. Pretty classic.
Toy taking his bows in front of a crowd that's about a third of what it was during the rest of the game, as Ricky Waters swings to the outside. You know, you look around, most of the seats $200, and they were going for as much as $2,000. And now I think you can buy one of the choice ones for about $10. Mr. and Mrs. Grit Young, Steve's parents.
Still like their home in Greenwich, Connecticut. Where Steve played high school for the Greenwich Cardinals under Mike Renato.
And I think going to see Steve coming out of the game.
Here he comes.
Here he comes.
They'll love him in their hometown, too.
You know what? You like this guy in anybody's town. It's
Class
hard
all the way.
It's hard to dislike him in San Diego.
2nd and 12, and Floyd up to the 31-yard line, tackled by O'Neal.
I'm sure it's begrudging, but even if you're a Charger fan, you have to admire greatness, even if it's the opponent.
3 playoff games now. Chicago, Dallas, the Super Bowl.
Look at
no interceptions.
Put that back up. 6 touchdowns. That's one of those things you can't look at this.
Yeah.
Now, you got to look at that for a while to make sure that that's actually correct.
Ed DeBartolo is out on the field.
That's a great job.
You look at that thing and you think that's a mistake. 6 touchdowns.
3rd down and 7 at the 31. Elvis Gerback in the game. And that's incomplete, intended for Singleton.
Steve Young, who characterized his battle to the top as climbing a mountain, and there he has reached the pinnacle.
And he's got his arm around Ed DeBartolo, who's had to fight through the death of his father not long ago. The man who bought this franchise, and how sweet this must be for Eddie, given the recent death of his father. This has to be especially sweet for Ed DeBartolo. And boy, talk about a couple of bank breakers.
Eddie's got a lot of bank to break.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, can they mess up a cap?
At the 32-yard line, Darian Gordon brings it back to the 35-yard line.
Interesting thing, Al, you touched on something earlier that because of the way they structured, the way they hired the players, the way they brought them in, but next year, with all the bonuses kicking in, they're still not going to be that far over the cap.
Now, people keep talking about this team mortgaging the future. Carmen Policy and Eddie DeBartolo dispute that. They made what they felt were very rational decisions.
What I wouldn't give to know the feeling. For those of you that have never played in a Super Bowl, and I'm one of you, boy, that must be something else. That has got to be great.
Humphreys throwing, and the catch is made. Up at the 41-yard line, Mark Shea.
Well, I've never played in a Super Bowl, Dan, but I played in
you've won a
National
championship.
Football League championship, and I have been on both sides of it. And I can feel for the Chargers, too.
Yep. Well, I have much more experience. I can tell you exactly what the Chargers feel like.
The great Cardinal legacy, right?
Oh, yeah. I can tell you exactly how the Chargers feel, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
All right.
Jackie Rice, Jerry's wife.
Take your bow.
Yep. A little more jewelry coming into that safe deposit box at the
beautiful
Rice Manse.
Your guy is the best.
End of his 10th season in the league, and he's never been better.
And he's such a professional. That's the beauty of Jerry Rice.
Nobody on this team to this day, and he is in his 10th year, concluding it, works as hard as Jerry Rice. And that sets the standard for all of them.
Beautiful shot.
There's a lot of good things in sports. It's unfortunate in one respect that this type of a celebration has to come at somebody's expense. And tonight that bill was paid by the San Diego Chargers.
3rd and 3. Albert Caputo makes the catch. Jerry Rice, and he has said he would love to own all of the records, and if he stays around for 3 or 4 or 5 more years, he will not only own them, he, like Gretzky in hockey, will just obliterate every record as you look at some of the marks.
Well, you see, he's 114 behind. He had 112 receptions this year.
But everybody's going to get making more receptions with these new rules, and the records will be much more vulnerable.
Humphreys too deep, intended for Sean Jefferson.
I suggested that to him, and for you, Al and Dan heard what he said. He's not worried about that at all.
By the way, I asked him the other day, and you guys were there, and I said, who's the best cover corner you have faced in 10 years? He said, Dion.
Darn right.
So they've taken the best cover corner he's ever faced and put him on his team.
Maybe he kicked in a little bit for Dion.
Good shot of Gary Plummer there. This is his first Super Bowl championship. How sweet that must be.
2nd and 10 as Humphreys guns one to the 43-yard line, and it's caught there by Tony Martin. And Dwight Clark came down and gave George Seifert a new jacket, a jacket that already signifies that the 49ers are the Super Bowl champions.
George, there's still 3 minutes left in this ball game.
3:10.
Pretty bold statement.
Ooh. Tim Harris comes in for the sack. There's Norton, who will become the first to win 3 Super Bowls. No teams won 3 in a row, but there's a guy who has played on 3 Super Bowl champions in successive seasons. Ken Norton.
Another sack for Harris. He's had a great playoff. Had 4 in the previous 2 games. Now a 5th playoff sack.
And Stan Humphries is taking a beating in there and still giving it the old All-American try. And demonstrates it there with a completion for a first down.
Mark Say makes the catch. Clock ticking down to 2:40.
You know, Stan's hobbling up to the line of scrimmage. He is hurt, but boy, you got to admire his grittiness and stay with itness.
49-18. And wide open. We cut away from the plays to see George Seifert taking his bath as Tony Martin makes the catch. And George Seifert with a to the accompaniment of the Charger cannon.
And I think George is saying, what's that cannon going off for?
Yeah, his brand new jacket.
I don't know that George is even aware of the fact that San Diego scored a touchdown.
Right.
You know, he may not be too thrilled when he wipes off those glasses and find out that they scored.
And George Seifert changed a great deal with this ball club this year. Going all the way back to Detroit as we look at the touchdown. Stan Humphries to Tony Martin. But in that Detroit game when young William Floyd came out and said, come on, this is the 90s, George. That changed things a lot for this team.
Here's Humphries looking for 2. And again, he's successful on a 2-point conversion. And there's Alfred Papunu.
And his coconut drink.
Yep.
Well, now they're down to 2 scores, 3 scores, 4 scores. Who cares how many scores? They'll try an onside kick for sure now.
49-26. There it is.
Well, Ricky Jackson.
Oh, George. The setup by Jesse Sapolo. And Ricky
Adam
Jackson
Walker.
a bit errant on his dumping there. Yeah, a little off to the left shoulder side there.
Not the only thing they've done wrong all night.
Yeah. Wasn't a clean splash. Well, the big gamble by Ricky Jackson paid off. Came in for minimum wage. A huge bonus for going to the Super Bowl, and now he's won it. Pop the top. And have a little juice.
Yeah, that's Roger Craig. Yeah, Roger made his way down to the sideline. In fact, earlier this season they retired Rodgers, or they brought him back and wanted him to retire as a 49er, and he did, even though he didn't play with him in preseason. So he exults with the rest of them. Junior Seau, there's no question that it hurts. It's not a good performance by the San Diego Chargers, but let's face it, when they look back upon this year, the perspective of the season, they went much further than almost anybody anticipated, and at least won the AFC for the first time in the long history of the Chargers, as the onside kick is fielded by Ed McCaffrey and taken there.
I'm not that good a lip reader, but I think one of the things Deion Sanders said was, "I love you, Mama."
He is very close to his family. Good daddy.
Well, a lot of records have fallen tonight, and we now have a mark for most points in a game. Both teams, 75 tonight. Dallas against Buffalo in a Dallas rout a couple of years back. the old mark, 69. And Pittsburgh, Dallas, that was their 35-31 game.
Of course, if it was going to be 78 points, I would have preferred 38-37.
You would have had the teacher say, "See me." That adds up to 75.
I thought that's what it was.
That's right. That is what it is. You're right.
Oh, no.
Sorry about that.
You go see the teacher,
you're right.
Al.
You're right at this point.
You go put on the dunce cap and stand in the corner.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Ed DeBartolo, he's going to put on a cap, and it's not going to be a dunce cap.
They're going to take a victory lap here on the way to the post-game ceremonies, which you'll be checking out here on ABC.
And we will still have the official coronation and the presentation of the Lombardi Trophy to the 49ers for the 5th time. They move to the head of the class. Al and I go see the teacher, but the 49ers definitely go to the head of the class.
And a class by themselves, and of course, when you talk about a class by themselves, well, there he is. 2:14 remaining. We caught a glimpse of Mike Shanahan. That's another story, as we detailed in the first half. Can they keep Mike, or will he become the head coach at Denver or Philadelphia, Rams? The other guy we haven't mentioned tonight yet, Ray Rhodes, the defensive coordinator of the 49ers, is a man being looked at by the Rams as well, and there he is.
Yep.
So he posed that question to George Seifert, and he said, well, it's happened in the past, and he, of course, referred to the fact Dennis Green went off to Minnesota, and Ray Rhodes was gone, as a matter of fact, come back, and he was gone for a year and came back to take over the full job as defensive coordinator.
It's the price you pay for being a successful program. The San Francisco 49ers routinely pay that price, as do the Dallas Cowboys, as their coordinators move on to become head coaches elsewhere. And it is one of the big problems of being so successful.
Dexter Carter. Tackle of the 48 by Junior Seau.
Class.
2-minute warning. 49ers 120 seconds away from championship number 5.
I'd like to be him for just one
day. Just because you grew up, got a job, got married, and had a family doesn't mean you have to get one of those, you know. Introducing Odyssey. With 4 doors and an easy fold-away rear seat. It's not just a minivan, it's a Honda.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
Nothing.
Don't you just love the wind through your hair?
What I have left.
Ah, the joys of a minivan. That big sliding door. The heavy removable third seat. And those rear windows that don't roll down. Oh, what could be better? Introducing Odyssey. With 4 doors and an easy fold-away rear seat. It's not just a minivan, it's a Honda.
Two minutes to go. The 49ers on top, 49-26. And most people figured the Niners would win by close to 3 touchdowns, and they have exceeded that.
How about some kudos while we're tossing them out to our crew tonight? Outstanding work, ladies and gentlemen. This is a huge production. Unless you've ever seen one up close and see the miles of cable and the number of people that work on this thing, it's mind-boggling.
Bill Musgrave comes into the game on 3rd and 24 as George Seifert's going to let every guy on the roster have a chance to say he played in a Super Bowl. Tomorrow on Good Morning America, Super Bowl heroes, key players from tonight's game on Good Morning America. And a look at the winners from the Battle of the Super Bowl commercials on Good Morning America tomorrow. I guess when you win a Super Bowl, it's easy to get up at that hour and join Charlie and Joan and the gang.
I'm not sure you have to get up.
You go straight over there. You're right.
You do it on the way home.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I don't think getting up's a problem.
Yep.
You're just looking for a place to bed down about that time.
Well, George Seifert, and it's funny, he made a curious statement, I thought, after the NFC Championship game. He said, "This is the highlight of my coaching career." I say curious because here's a guy who already won a Super Bowl title, and we talked to him about it the other day, and he said, "Hey, look, after the last couple of years and going back to '90 when they felt they should have been in the Super Bowl as well, the pressure had mounted to such a degree that this one against Dallas, the NFC Championship, meant more to him than the Super Bowl title in his rookie season as a coach."
The winningest coach percentage-wise in the history of this game. And I hope he gets his due. Oh, there's a good-looking ball.
Wilmsmeyer, and that's fair caught at the 7-yard line by Darian Gordon.
And Bobby Ross, who's been successful wherever he's coached. There'll be another day. He is now finishing his 3rd season with the Chargers. Had a remarkable 11-5 in his first year, and last year lost a lot of players, slipped to 8-8. This year nobody gave them a shot to go anywhere. They lost their leading receiver, their leading rusher, revamped their entire defense behind this man, Junior Seau, and yet they pulled together another 11-5 season.
He'll take it and build on it.
A pretty good organization. One of the question marks will be defensive coordinator Bill Arnsparger. Will he choose to continue? It's his option, according to Bobby Ross.
49ers leading by 23 as Humphreys throws. The catch is made. To the 21-yard line goes Mark Say, and that's a first down with 1:28 ticking down.
As Bill Arnsparger, the defensive architect for 5 different Super Bowls, 2 of them the great Super Bowl for Miami in '72 and '73. Went on to be head coach of the Giants, '74-75. Fired there in '76. Was an athletic director at LSU when he decided he wanted to get back into coaching 2 years ago.
Humphreys, and the catch is made by Tony Martin. Up at the, or is he? No, he's out of bounds. Was Martin. Incomplete. Second down.
The thing that will haunt San Diego as they make the trip back to the West Coast are the mistakes that they made early. The first 2 touchdowns to the San Francisco 49ers, where they are beaten down the middle of the field when they're in position to make the plays and don't, will, I think, for a long time make Bobby Ross and everybody involved with the Chargers organization wonder what could we have done if we would not have just given them a couple cheapies at the beginning of the ball game. And then receivers for the Chargers early in the ball game weren't hanging on to the football. They just made it too easy for San Francisco too early in the ball game.
Papuno made that last catch, and a timeout is taken with 52 seconds remaining in the game, and that was the last thing that San Diego could afford to have happen. To fall behind early in the game, when we touched on it at the top, they're a team that has come from behind, but this is a team facing them that you don't want to fall behind against. And we talked about how important it was for that man Humphreys to be hot at the top of the game and all of the rest. And you just can't fall behind, as Dallas found out, of course, 2 weeks ago as well.
Yeah, good point. I think all in all, Stan Humphreys has held together awfully well tonight. I think he's thrown the ball well. I think he has, Frank, in my opinion, I think Stan Humphreys played a pretty good, doggone good football.
He's had a great season. Another great season when they brought him here in '92. Bobby Bethard brought him here. He threw for over 3,300 yards. He's got a great one-lost record.
2 timeouts left for San Diego as Humphreys looks over the middle, and that's incomplete at the 46-yard line, intended for Mark Say.
Gary Plummer, the former San Diego Charger, kind of lost in San Diego in the shadow of the great Junior Seau while he played there, but he was a fine linebacker, and The 49ers certainly wanted him, and there's Gary Kubiak. He is a man who communicates to Steve Young, getting the plays from Mike Shanahan, and I'm quite sure discussing the plays with Shanahan.
And he'll collect the championship ring.
2nd down and 10 at the 39-yard line. And Humphreys guns one. It's caught at the 43. And Tony Martin makes the catch there. And I think a few people around this great land of ours have moved to the forward portion of the couch at the moment. You better believe it. 27 seconds and the clock ticking down at the 44-yard line. Humphreys throws. Here's Ronnie Harmon making the catch, and he is stopped at the 35-yard line, and a timeout is taken by the San Diego Chargers.
Mike Shanahan has made his way down from the booth, and he's hugging Steve Young. And again, as we talked about earlier, will he or won't he be back?
He's such a wonderful extension of this offense. You can get the feel, and as it flows down to Gary Kubiak and out onto the field into Steve Young's helmet, and of course Steve Young given a lot of options to change at the line of scrimmage, but Shanahan, as he spoke to us, said, I'm so comfortable with everything here, and that may play into the factor as to whether or not he will decide to leave the 49ers.
Merton Hanks doing a little Freddie Mercury out there.
Dion. Well, it's 2nd down and 1 at the 35-yard line to the strains of We Will Rock You. The ball is snapped to Humphreys. Humphreys going deep and incomplete, intended for Martin with 10 seconds remaining.
Dion all the way back at the goal line playing center field here for the 49ers. Strategically placing himself farthest from anybody on the entire field.
Steve Young, officially the Super Bowl most valuable player.
And as good as, and you know, once again, Jerry Rice turns in a sensational football game, worthy of being a most valuable player in a Super Bowl, but yet eclipsed by a quarterback who turned in even bigger numbers.
Hearts beating all over the land as Humphreys throws incomplete. And it is now 4th down with 2 seconds remaining.
And San Francisco leading 49-26.
So you're talking about our.
So there's time for one more.
Our cruise pool down there.
No.
That was very imaginative.
Not at all.
Some of our guys sweating it up.
We're not talking about anything. We're just talking.
Just mumbling. So this will be the final play of the game, barring a defensive penalty at the 35-yard line. 49ers leading by 23. Humphreys putting it up, and it is out of the end zone. And why not? Dion out of the end zone winds up with the football. He gets the game ball.
Dion catches that one in the bullpen.
The 49ers wrap up one of the great seasons in the history of the National Football League as George Seifert wins his 2nd Super Bowl title. The Niners, the first team to win 5. And Steve Young, the first to throw 6 touchdown passes in a Super Bowl game. 49-26.
It's hard to describe the feeling. This all began back in July for these players. It's a year-round job for them, but this is what they all battle for, what they fight for, they go through the pain for. They're very tough.
A lot more still to come from Miami. We'll be back.
Centrum, it's more complete, a more advanced multivitamin.
Centrum's commitment to ongoing research assures you the best nutritional support.
If a vitamin's in the news, it's in my Centrum.
Like they say, from A to Zinc.
Centrum makes a science of being more complete.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
The San Francisco 49ers, the Super Bowl champions, leading from start to finish. Steve Young throwing a total of 6 touchdown passes. The first one he threw came early in the game to Jerry Rice, the fastest in Super Bowl history, and the 6th to Jerry Rice with 13:49 to play in the game. He's the MVP. The Niners are 5-time Super Bowl champs and will return to Miami after this.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 29. Brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. For all you do, this Bud's for you. Soloflex, America's muscle company. Wilson Sporting Goods. Wilson, the right equipment makes the difference. And Taco Bell. Border lights are coming and fast food will never be the same. Cross the border. We'll be back with the Ford Explorer postgame report, followed by a special preview of Extreme. After this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Right now, Northwest Airlines and Americares are airlifting critical relief supplies to Kobe, Japan. You can join us in this effort by calling and making a contribution. Help us help them.
Wednesday.
I'm pregnant, I don't feel good, and I'm tired. This is the only way I can get a break.
The Connors go crazy when the doctor keeps Rosie in bed. Happy now?
No, my foot's blocking my view.
On an all-new Roseanne. Then Ellen's dumped by a blind date.
You can be honest with me. I mean, we're grown-ups.
On Ellen.
Your mom told my mom that you said that I was weird.
Wednesday on ABC.
Do you feel safe behind your locked door? Don't bet your life on it. Robbery, assault, or even worse. What some landlords don't want you to know, 2020 investigates Friday.
While you'll find the Mitsubishi Galant filled with thoughtful touches, you'll find we've now added one more. The Galant ES Lease. Automatic transmission, air conditioning, power windows and door locks, and more. Just $209 a month for 36 months with $1,000 down. The Galant ES Lease for a limited time and the unlimited pleasures of driving a Galant. From Mitsubishi, the new thinking in automobiles.
I know you guys have a low price guarantee, and I saw this unit selling for less somewhere else. I saw it on this blimp at the ballpark. You know, on that thing that lights up, that gizmo. Can you see it?
A gizmo? He said he saw it off this blimp right here. I'll fly it off this thing.
Maybe this magnifying glass is dirty. See the pilot waving?
America's always been a country of inventors, a nation of relentless tinkerers, a land of improvisation. Businesses start in garages, hobbies turn into industries, and if you're Bank of America, you hold up your end of the job by making sure every business service is in place for when the next brainstorm hits in the middle of the night. Banking on America. Bank of America.
Channel 7 49ers Super Bowl wrap-up right after the game.
This is the Ford Explorer postgame report.
It makes all the hard work seem worthwhile when at the end of a long season, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue comes in to present the Vince Lombardi Trophy. We welcome now up here on the stand with us Candy DeBartolo, the wife of the owner, his sister Denise, the winning coach George Seifert, the president over here on my left, Carmen Policy, and of course Eddie. Commissioner, the stand is yours.
Eddie and Denise, Carmen, George, in this 75th anniversary season of the league, we have relived many of the memorable performances of the greatest teams in the history of the National Football League. Today, the 49ers secured their place in those history books with a memorable performance. You become the first team to win 5 Super Bowls. Your extraordinary players, led by Steve Young and Jerry Rice, secure their own place in the history books and the record books for the league and its millions and millions of fans throughout the world. We congratulate you and give you the Lombardi Trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, guys. First of all, we want to congratulate the San Diego Chargers for playing a great game and for having a great year. Guys, you're all warriors. The coaching staff, Carmen, my family, George, the players. I don't have to say anything to you guys. You know. To my sister Denise, this is a very, very important victory. This one is for Dad. Thank you. I love you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Eddie, I want you to stand by because we have a call from the President of the United States. President Clinton's on the line and would like to speak with you right now.
Eddie, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. President, I can.
It's nice to hear your voice. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
I want to say to you and to George and Carmen and to all your wonderful players, it was the whole season was thrilling for all of us. And I think the best thing I can say about the 49ers is I haven't met a single fan anywhere in America who resents all the success you've had. And that's a rare thing. And it's a real tribute to you, to the coach, and to the players, and the way you've won and the way you've conducted yourself. So we're all happy and proud of you tonight.
Well, Mr. President, I can't thank you enough for taking the time, and I know from a very busy schedule, and we're all your backers, and I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you very much.
I like seeing George without his glasses. He looks good.
Coach George Seifert now. And, George, that was just a spectacular performance from beginning to end.
Well, it was a wonderful job, certainly, by the coaching staff and all the players, and I'm so very happy for Eddie and his family, and certainly for all the players that don't have Super Bowl rings. This was something that was real special for us. We wanted to come here and make history, and to be part of that is pretty exciting.
George, it was easy. When you look back on it and you break down, you're going to say, oh, baby.
Well, I don't know if they're all that easy. I think, San Diego did a wonderful job this season. I think our football team certainly did, too. This started a long time ago. It started months and months ago. Carmen and Eddie got together, and the entire organization, and everybody just picked up the ball and run with it.
All right. Thank you very much, George, and congratulations on a job well done. As you can see up here, having joined us is the most valuable player. And when we come back, we are going to hear from the man who threw 6 touchdown passes and is the MVP of Super Bowl 29. A tremendous moment for Steve Young when we continue.
The Super Bowl 29 postgame is brought to you by the new Ford Explorer, far and away the best Explorer ever. The Pepsi-Cola Company, who reminds you that nothing else is a Pepsi. And Budweiser, the king of beers, who reminds you friends know when to say when.
Good song. Great song.
You can make mountains ring. Oh, make
Welcome to the big game, and today's favorite takes the field. Leading the league in carries. Unbelievable. I'll say it again. You just can't win without a strong defense. Man, I'm here to tell you, impressive running game out there. The new Ford Explorer, far and away the best the world has to offer. Look at that. Perfect field position.
It's the event you've waited for. The Prize Patrol is live in Phoenix, Arizona, where moments ago we surprised Marianne Brandt.
Marianne?
Yes?
Could you come here, please? Marianne, you've just won $10 million from Publishers Clearinghouse. All of America's watching. What have you got to say?
$10 million.
Yeah. It's the
Jeez, I had 70. There's only one way I know how to drive.
Straight. If you've been drinking, pick someone else to do the driving. A message from Budweiser.
There's extreme on you.
Nah, just a Super Bowl.
Wake me up when Extreme is on.
The winter heats up next after the post-game show with Extreme on ABC.
Thursday, imagine the real Rambo really ticked off at our government. How mad is he? He's got followers on a mountaintop preparing for just about anything. Prepare yourself for Bo Greitz. Day 1, Thursday.
Live from Super Bowl 29, this is the Ford Explorer postgame report.
Well, Steve Young, the most valuable player of this Super Bowl. I can't remember ever being around someone hugging the trophy with more feeling than you are right now, Steve.
Brent, I can't describe the feeling. That's why football is the ultimate team game, is because you do it with 47, 50 other guys, and the commitment it takes, it's unbelievable. And when you get there, you share it with all those guys. There's an emotional, it's like geometric 50 times 50, the emotion that you feel. And there was a commitment made by everybody on this team. Mr. DeBartolo had a tough season this year with his father dying. We committed to that. We committed to each other. There's a lot of people that are writing our organization off, and a lot of us as players. And
Steve, you stay right here, because I want to bring in Jerry Rice, who said to you a moment ago, this is something you will never forget. And a lot of us will never forget you coming out, having heard rumors that you were sick last night, you might not play at all, and you got an early quick touchdown. Jerry, first of all, tell us about your physical condition and how you felt. You took a tough blow from Darian Gordon in the game, too.
Yeah, I had a bruised shoulder, and I was not 100%, but I just kept going out there with the attitude that I would make some plays, and the guys, they had confidence in me, and Steve kept throwing the ball my way, and we made the plays. And I'm happy for everybody in here, the young guys, the older guys, and this is something you'll never forget.
Steve, let's take a look at the first touchdown pass. It seemed to set the mood for the night.
Really did.
Tell us about this play.
Well, we'd set it up. We hadn't shown San Diego. We played them twice before, and it was a play that we'd set up the first 2 games. Jerry made a great move and got open down the middle and really set the tone for the day. And I have to give Jerry so much credit. I mean, he had to go in and take all kinds of shots to block his shoulder. He separated it, continued to play. And, Jerry Rice with one arm is better than everyone in the league with 2 arms.
Well, Jerry Rice, here you are with the one arm, and this is the record breaker. Talk to us.
Well, on that particular play, I really wanted to work the defensive back, and Steve put the ball in the ideal position. He really gunned that one, so I could tell he was really fired up, and somehow I made the catch, and everything else is history.
Jerry, some of the folks didn't have the opportunity to experience the great feeling that this team demonstrated when they came in. There seems to be a great deal of togetherness on this year's 49er team.
Without a doubt, this team is so close right now. It took a while, and I think we started gelling at the right time, and now we go out with the attitude that we're going to play together as a collective group, and we win football games.
Now, was the shoulder separated completely, or was it just bruised when you took that hit?
Well, they told me it was a slight separation, and it was very difficult for me to get my arm over my head. Somehow when the ball, when Steve threw the ball in the air, I made the effort, got my hands over my head, and made the catch.
Just a great job by the San Francisco 49ers. Right now, let's go upstairs now to Al, Dan, and Frank. Gentlemen.
Final thought, Al, mine is with Steve Young. I watched him play in high school in Greenwich. I watched him become a great quarterback, but still not achieve the fame and what he has achieved tonight. He said he climbed the pinnacle, he had reached the top. I felt a great emotion with him.
Mine is with the 49ers as an organization. It started when Bill Walsh was hired by Eddie DeBartolo in '79. A couple of years to get up to speed. They've kept the system in place. They don't miss a beat. Other teams rebuild and retool and go through the peaks and the valleys. The 49ers don't. They have played at the highest level for a decade and a half, and I don't think you can look ahead and say that they're going to fall off the table anytime soon. It's an amazing accomplishment, and DeBartolo, Policy, Walsh, Seifert, and the rest should get all of the credit they deserve.
It really is nothing more than a statement on the fact that we have known all season long, that the 49ers and the Cowboys were on a level all by themselves, and now the rest of the National Football League is still trying to play catch-up. All right, right now let's go back downstairs, and Lynn Swan has Bobby Ross.
Dan, thank you very much. Coach, let's talk a little bit about the ball game. Give us your thoughts and your views at this moment, please.
Well, I think San Francisco is a great football team. I said all along they were, Lynn, and for us to, stay in the football game, we had to play well. I don't want to take anything away from San Francisco because I think they're a great football team, but we played poorly. We just didn't play well. We were never in sync defensively the whole ball game from, I think, the third play on when our safety got way out of position on a simple little post pattern, and it was downhill from there. Offensively, we felt like we could move the ball, but we're not a football team that likes to get into a situation where we got to throw every play. We like to try to keep the run in it, and when we got behind and weren't able to do that, that hurt us. Probably a play that we should not have gone for it deep in our own territory when I did, but I felt like we could make it, and seemed like we had a little momentum there. We might have a chance at it, but I think the biggest thing is that the 49ers are a hell of a football team.
What do you think led to this kind of performance by your team, and what does this mean as you have to then regroup, look at this game, and look at next year?
Well, the thing that did disappoint me was that we just didn't play certain things well, and I don't know. It was whether we were awestruck or what. I mean, right from the opening kickoff with a face mask on a penalty, and then we had another 15-yard penalty, which was a good call. It wasn't a poor call or anything of that nature. They put us in poor field position. Maybe some of it was youthfulness, over-eagerness. Maybe we were a little surprised by the quickness of the 49ers. We should not have been. We played them twice. But nevertheless, their efficiency and their execution is something that's very, very special.
Coach, I know it's hard for you to come up here and talk after this defeat. We thank you very much for your time.
Good, man.
All right, let's go back over to Brent Musburger.
All right, Lynn, again, it was 49-26 San Francisco. We come back, we're going to hear from the first man in history to play on 3 straight Super Bowl winners. But flying 1,000 feet above Joe Robbie Stadium this evening is the Bud One airship, the aerial ambassador of the King of Beers. And a word from our ABC stations.
Football can be exciting, but truck football, now that's a rush. So if you're going to tackle it, you better get a hold of the right equipment. A 1995 Ford Ranger 4x4.
Red 39!
Complete with switch-on 4-wheel drive, new 4-wheel anti-lock brakes, and a whopping 4-liter V6. So get a Ford Ranger 4x4 and play truck football.
How am I going to spike this thing?
Hey, you get a tough case of athlete's foot. The itching, the cracking, the burning. You want a medicine that acts tough. Boom! Tough Actin Tenactin. Clinically proven Tenactin cures even tough cases of athlete's foot fungus. Get Tough Actin Tenactin.
There's a place where lovers go to cry their trouble away, and they call it Lonesome Town, where the hearts stay.
Yes!
You can buy a dream.
Saturday, ABC Sports has football's top talent, bowling's kingpins in Texas, and skating's premier pairs. First, the NFL's top stars test their skills in the Miller Lite Pro Bowl Battle of the Gridiron. Then on ABC's Pro Bowlers Tour, it's the Quaker State 250. And on ABC's Wide World of Sports, it's elegance and artistry on the ice. Two-time Olympic gold medalists Gordieva and Grinkov headline the field in the pairs competition at the Fresh Look World Challenge of Champions. It's all Saturday here on ABC.
recently joined AT&T for their basic service. Then I decided to analyze what I was paying for long distance. So I lay down there and I said to myself, Joyce, yes, why are you paying America's highest rate to AT&T when you could save 25% on every call by joining MCI's new friends and family? So I took my advice and joined. Then I said, thanks, Joyce, and you're welcome. But call me Dr. Brothers.
New friends and family. When you spend just $10 a month, you save 25% on every call.
Channel 7 49ers Super Bowl wrap-up right after the game.
Live from Super Bowl 29, this is the Ford Explorer postgame report.
Coming up next, you'll meet a whole new group who will make this the hottest winter ever. It's the special preview of Extreme. New on ABC, starting right after our post-game coverage next. This, without a doubt, was the hottest team tonight. Ricky Jackson here on my left, and this young man, Ken Norton, first man in history to play on 3 consecutive Super Bowl winners. Tell me the difference between the two with Dallas and the one here tonight with San Francisco.
I tell you, each year it gets better and better. You kind of think that after 3 years it gets kind of old hat, but it doesn't. I tell you, Dallas was fantastic for me. It was time for me to change, come out here and help this team, a very hungry team, get to the podium, get to the top of the hill and look down on everybody else. And I come up here 14 years, my buddy over here. Everybody's talking about my third, but 14 years, he gets his first. And I tell you, it's more special for me to see him get his first after 14 years.
Yeah, that's got to be a great feeling for you, Ricky, coming over here as a free agent and winning a Super Bowl.
It was a great feeling for me. I mean, my whole career, just summing up. I mean, I done had 14 great years, and to get lucky and get on a team like this would have such a great offense. I mean, all they needed was a couple of defensive players, and I know that they could beat Dallas and go to the Super Bowl. That was the easy decision for me.
Pretty easy. When Steve Young and the offense got you the early touchdowns tonight, you could really tee off on them.
Yeah, we knew coming in, Natron Means wanted to run downhill. We knew that they want to say, let's control the ball. Their best defense was a good offense. They learned early on they couldn't do that. They had to start running trickery plays, screens, and things like that. They got down all those points, and they had to come out of the game plan, and we took over from there.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
The San Francisco 49ers have won a record 5th Super Bowl here tonight. And at the controls of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes today has been Captain Larry Chambers. Larry, thanks for the great coverage up above Joe Robbie Stadium tonight here in Miami.
Welcome to the big game, and today's favorite takes the field. Leading the league in carries. Unbelievable. I'll say it again. You just can't win without a strong defense. Man, I'm here to tell you, impressive running game out there. The new Ford Explorer, far and away the best the world has to offer. Look at that. Perfect field position.
We built this jump and flooded it to introduce Goodyear's all-new Wrangler AquaTread for light trucks and sport utilities. Two aqua channels sweep water away. You get the sheer rugged toughness of a Goodyear Wrangler and the outstanding wet traction of a Goodyear AquaTread. The all-new 50,000-mile Wrangler AquaTread, only from Goodyear.
Hey, you get a tough case of athlete's foot, the itching, the cracking, the burning. You want a medicine that acts tough. Boom! Tough Actin Tenactin. Clinically proven Tenactin cures even tough cases of athlete's foot fungus. Get Tough Actin Tenactin.
Now, an oil made just for your hard-working engine. 4x4 from Quaker State. Off-roading, extreme temperatures, towing and hauling. They all make your light truck or 4x4 work extra hard and could shorten its life. Why settle for a conventional car oil? Get 4x4 from Quaker State.
Now, an independent test showed 4x4 superior to leading conventional car oils in protecting against deposits that can shorten engine life.
Do you feel safe behind your locked door? Don't bet your life on it. Robbery, assault, or even worse.
I never was concerned that if I locked my door, I would be raped.
What some landlords don't want you to know. A 2020 undercover investigation, Friday.
You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together.
Well, tomorrow on Good Morning America, Super Bowl heroes, key players from tonight's game. Also tomorrow, a look at the winners from the Battle of the Super Bowl commercials. Plus Whoopi Goldberg on tomorrow's Good Morning America, right here on ABC.
Everybody else is already outside.
Well, it was 49-26, and it probably wasn't that close. The 49ers, with a quick 14-point burst, blew away the San Diego Chargers, and now for 11 straight years, the NFC has proven its dominance in a Super Bowl. And again, we have seen a Super Bowl blow wide open. This time, it was the 49ers. They have now done it for a record 5th time. The MVP was Steve Young, the first man to throw 6 touchdown passes in any Super Bowl. He had a lot of help. Jerry Rice was again magnificent, and the defense did the rest. If this had been a fight, ladies and gentlemen, they'd have stopped it real early here tonight. So long, everybody.
The Ford Explorer postgame report has been brought to you by the new Ford Explorer, far and away the best Ford Explorer ever. And Goodyear, makers of the all-new Wrangler AquaTread for light trucks, vans, and sport utility vehicles. Next Sunday on ABC Sports, it's off to Hawaii as the NFL's biggest names battle it out in pro football's All-Star Showcase. It's the AFC-NFC Pro Bowl. Now stay tuned for the special preview of Extreme starring James Brolin here on ABC. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.